okay. Just use it.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألف لام را، تلك آيات الكتاب وقرآن مبين. وما يود الذين كفروا لو كانوا مسلمين ذرهم يأكلوا ويتمتعوا ويلههم الآمال فسوف يعلمون. وما أهلكنا من قرية إلا ولها كتاب معلوم. ما تسبق ومن أمة أجلها وما يستأخرون. وقالوا يا أيها الذين نزل عليه الذكر إنك لمجنون. لو ما تأتينا بالملائكة إن كنت من الصادقين. ما ننزل الملائكة إلا بالحق وما كانوا وإذا منظرين. إنا نحن ونزلنا الذكر وإنا له ولحافظون. ولقد أرسلنا من قبلك في شياع الأولين وما يأتيهم من رسول إلا كانوا به يستهزئون. كذلك نسلكه في قلوب المجرمين. لا يؤمنون به لقد خلت سنة الأولين ولو فتحنا عليهم بابا من السماء فظلوا فيه يعرجون لقالوا إنما سكرت أبصارنا بل نحن قوم مسحورون. صدق الله العلي العظيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولقد جعلنا في السماء بروجا وزيناها للناظرين وحفظناها من كل شيطان رجيم إلا من استرق السمع فأتبعه شهاب مبين. والأرض مددناها وألقينا فيها رواسي أنبتنا فيها من كل شيء موزون وجعلنا لكم فيها معايش ومن لستم له برازقين وإن من شيء إلا عندنا خزائنه وما نزله إلا بقدر معلوم. وأرسلنا الرياح لواقح فأنزلنا من السماء ماء فأسقيناكموه وما أنتم له بجاذنين وإنا لنحن نحيي ونميت ونحن الوارثون. ولقد علمنا المستقدمين منكم ولقد علمنا المستأخرين وإن ربك هو يحشرهم إنه حكيم عليم. صدق الله العلي العظيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولقد خلقنا الإنسان من صلصال من حمأ مسنون والجان خلقناه من قبل من نار السموم. وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني خالق بشرا من صلصال من حمأ مسنون فإذا سويته ونفخت فيه من روحي فقعوا له ساجدين فسجد الملائكة كلهم أجمعون إلا إبليس أبى أن يكون مع الساجدين. قال يا إبليس ما لك ألا تكون مع الساجدين؟ قال لم أكن لأسجد لبشر خلقته من صلصال من حمأ مسنون. قال فاخرج منها فإنك رجيم وإن عليك اللعنة إلى يوم الدين. قال رب فأنذرني إلى يوم يبعثون. قال فإنك من المنذرين إلى يوم الوقت المعلوم. قال رب بما أغويتني لأزينن لهم في الأرض ولأغوينهم أجمعين إلا عبادك منهم المخلصين قال هذا صراط علي مستقيم إن عبادي ليس لك عليهم سلطان إلا من اتبعك من الغاوين وإن جهنم لموعدهم أجمعين لها 7 أبواب لكل باب منهم جزء مقسوم صدق الله العلي العظيم
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن المتقين في جنات وعيون ادخلوها بسلام آمنين ونزعنا ما في صدورهم من غل إخوانا على سرور متقابلين لا على سرور متقابلين بسم الله لا يمسهم فيها نصب وما هم منها بمخرجين نبي عبادي أني أنا الغفور الرحيم وأن عذابي هو العذاب الأليم ونبئهم عن ضيف إبراهيم إذ دخلوا إليه فقالوا سلاما قال إنا منكم وجلون قالوا لا توجلوا إنا نبشرك بغلام عليم قال أبشرتموني على أن مسني الكبر فبما تبشرون قالوا بشرناك بالحق فلا تكن من القانتين قال ومن يقنط من رحمة ربه إلا الضالون قال فما خطبكم أيها المرسلون قالوا إنا أرسلنا إلى قوم مجرمين إلا آل لوط إنا لمنجوهم أجمعين إلا امرأتك قدرنا إنها لمن الغابرين
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فلما جاء آل لوط المرسلون قال إنكم قوم منكرون قالوا بل جئناك بما كانوا فيه يمترون وأتيناك بالحق وإنا لصادقون فأسر بأهلك بقطع من الليل واتبع أدبارهم ولا يلتفت منكم أحد وامضوا حيث تؤمرون وقضينا إليه ذلك الأمر أن دابر هؤلاء مقطوع مصبحين وجاء أهل المدينة يستبشرون قال إن هؤلاء ضيفي فلا تفضحون واتقوا الله ولا تحزنون قالوا أولم ننهك عن العالمين قال هؤلاء بناتي إن كنتم فاعلين لعمرك إنهم لفي سكرتهم يعمهون فأخذتهم الصيحة مشرقين فجعلنا عاليها سافلها وأمطرنا عليهم حجارة من سجيل إن في ذلك لآيات للمتوسمين وإنها لبسبيل مقيم إن ذلك لآية للمؤمنين وإن كان أصحاب الأيكة لظالمين فانتقمنا منهم وإنهما لبإمام مبين ولقد كذب أصحاب الحجر المرسلين وآتيناهم آياتنا فكانوا عنها معرضين وكانوا ينحتون من الجبال بيوتا آمنين فأخذتهم الصيحة مصبحين فما أغنى عنهم ما كانوا يكسبون وما خلقنا السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إلا بالحق وإن الساعة لآتية فاصفح الصفح الجميل إن ربك هو الخلاق العليم لقد آتيناك 7 من المثاني والقرآن العظيم لا تمدن عينيك إلى ما متعنا به أزواجا منهم ولا تحزن عليهم واخفض جناحك للمؤمنين وقل إني أنا النذير المبين كما أنزلنا على المقتسمين الذين جعلوا القرآن عضين فوربك لنسألنهم أجمعين عما كانوا يعملون فاصدع بما تؤمر واعرض عن المشركين إنا كفيناك المستهزئين الذين يجعلون مع الله إلها آخر فسوف يعلمون ولقد نعلم أنك يضيق صدرك بما يقولون فسبح بحمد ربك وكن من الساجدين واعبد ربك حتى ياتيك اليقين صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على 5 मिनट और पढ़ने
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أتى أمر الله فلا تستعجلوه سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون ينزل الملائكة بالروح من أمره على من يشاء من عباده أنذروا أنه لا إله إلا أنا فاتقون خلق السماوات والأرض بالحق تعالى عما يشركون خلق الإنسان من نطفة فإذا هو خصيم مبين والأنعام خلقها لكم فيها دفع ومنافع ومنها تأكلون ولكم فيها جمال حين تريحون وحين تسرحون وتحمل أثقالكم إلى بلد لكم تكونوا بالغيه إلا بالشق الأنفس إن ربكم لرعوف رحيم والخيل والبغال والحمير لتركبوها وزينة ويخلق ما لا تعلمون وعلى الله قصد السبيل ومنها جائر استغفر الله ولو شاء لهداكم أجمعين صدق الله العلي العظيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هو الذي أنزل من السماء ماء لكم منه شراب ومنه شجر فيه تسيمون ينبت لكم به الزرع والزيتون والنخيل والأعناب ومن كل الثمرات إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يتفكرون وسخر لكم الليل والنهار والشمس والقمر والنجوم مسخرات بأمره إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون وما ذرأ لكم في الأرض مختلفا ألوانه إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يذكرون وهو الذي سخر البحر لتأكلوا منه لحما طريا وتستخرجوا منه حلية تلبسونها وترى الفلك مواخر فيه ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون والقى في الأرض رواسي أن تميد بكم وأنهارا وسبلا لعلكم تهتدون وعلامات وبالنجم هم يهتدون أفمن يخلق كمن لا يخلق أفلا تذكرون وإن تعدوا نعمة الله لا تحصوها إن الله لغفور رحيم والله يعلم ما تسرون وما تعلنون والذين يدعون من دون الله لا يخلقون شيئا وهم يخلقون أموات غير أحياء وما يشعرون أيان يبعثون.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إلهكم إله واحد فالذين لا يؤمنون بالآخرة قلوبهم منكرة وهم مستكبرون لا جرم أن الله يعلم ما يسرون وما يعلنون إنه لا يحب المستكبرين وإذا قيل لهم ماذا أنزل ربكم قالوا أساطير الأولين ليحملوا أوزارهم كاملة يوم القيامة ومن أوزار الذين يضلونهم بغير علم ألا ساء ما يزرون قد مكر الذين من قبلهم فأتى الله بنيانهم من القواعد فخر عليهم السقف من فوقهم وأتاهم العذاب من حيث لا يشعرون ثم يوم القيامة يخزيهم ويقول أين شركائي الذين كنتم تشاقون فيهم قال الذين أوتوا العلم إن الخزي اليوم والسوء على الكافرين الذين تتوفاهم الملائكة ظالمي أنفسهم فألقوا السلام ما كنا نعمل من سوء بلى إن الله عليم بما كنتم تعملون فادخلوا أبواب جهنم خالدين فيها فلبئس مثوى المتكبرين وقيل للذين اتقوا ماذا أنزل ربكم قالوا خيرا للذين أحسنوا في هذه الدنيا حسنة ولدار الآخرة خير ولنعم دار المتقين جنات عدن يدخلونها تجري من تحتها الأنهار لهم فيها ما يشاءون كذلك يجزي الله المتقين الذين تتوفاهم الملائكة طيبين يقولون سلام عليكم ادخلوا الجنة بما كنتم تعملون هل ينظرون إلا أن تأتيهم الملائكة أو يأتي أمر ربك كذلك فعل الذين من قبلهم وما ظلمهم الله ولكن كانوا أنفسهم يظلمون فأصابهم سيئات ما عملوا وحاق بهم ما كانوا به يستهزئون صدق الله العلي العظيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقال الذي أشركوا لو شاء الله ما عبدنا من دونه من شيء نحن ولا آباؤنا ولا حرمنا من دونه من شيء كذلك فعل الذين من قبلهم فهل على الرسل إلا البلاغ المبين ولقد بعثنا في كل أمة رسولا أن اعبدوا الله واجتنبوا الطاغوت فمنهم من هدى الله ومنهم من حقت عليه الضلالة فسيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف كان عاقبة المكذبين إن تحرص على هداهم فإن الله لا يهدي من يضل وما لهم من ناصرين وأقسموا بالله جهد أيمانهم لا يبعث الله من يموت بلى وعدا عليه حقا ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون ليبين لهم الذي يختلفون فيه وليعلم الذين كفروا أنهم كانوا كاذبين إنما قولنا لشيء إذا أردناه أن نقول له كن فيكون.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين هاجروا في الله من بعد ما ظلموا لنبوئنهم في الدنيا حسنة والأجر الآخرة أكبر لو كانوا يعلمون الذين صبروا وعلى ربهم يتوكلون وما أرسلنا من قبلك إلا رجالا نوحي إليهم فاسألوا أهل الذكر إن كنتم لا تعلمون بالبينات والزبور وأنزلنا إليك الذكر لتبين للناس ما نزل إليهم ولعلهم يتفكرون صدق الله العلي العظيم.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I'll go over this juz number 14, the summary of it very quickly. This section contains two parts basically. First is the Surah Hijr, the entirety of Surah Hijr, and then as well as the entire Surah Nahl. So we were pretty much halfway through Surah Nahl. In Surah Hijr, there are four main discussions that we can find. Number one is the wishes of the disbelievers in the hereafter. When the disbelievers see the people who kept faith enjoying the pleasures granted by Allah, they will wish that they would have kept faith in Allah as well and they could go back. For example, they would have done the same thing, but of course it's too late. Second discussion, you read the ayat inna nahnu nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafidhun, the protected Quran, that Allah has taken the responsibility of Quran and protecting it until the day of judgment. Third is the creation of insan, mankind. Allah created man from a dry, smelly clay and made the angels prostrate before him. So when the khilqat of Hazrat Adam is mentioned, the sand or the khak and the clay that Allah used mentions the specifics of it. Shaitan became the accursed, the promise to misguide mankind until the day of judgment. ثُمَّ لَا أُغْوِيَنَّهُمْ أَجْمَعِينَ إِلَّا عِبَادَكَ الْمُخْلَصِينَ, as he said. Number four, there are three stories. First is the story of Hazrat Ibrahim, who was visited by the angels, who gave him good news of a son who would be born to him. Of course, Hazrat Ibrahim complains of his old age. At that time, his wife was also very old, could not have any children. Prophet Ibrahim was both happy and surprised by the news given to him. The angels assured Hazrat Ibrahim that the news was true and he shouldn't lose hope in the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Prophet Ibrahim replied that the only people who go astray are the ones who lose hope in the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Second story is the angels, after leaving Prophet Ibrahim, they went straight to Hazrat Lut alayhi wasalam. And the people of Lot, of course, the thing that they used to do, they requested Prophet Lut to take his family at this very night and leave the town because of the azab that is about to come and overcome these people who have become disobedient to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah has made the decision to purify the earth to the extent that these people were so najis that Allah is going to send azab and uses the terminology of purification by getting rid of these people and their impure actions. These people will be uprooted from this earth as soon as morning comes. Third is the story of Ashab-e Hijr, as the surah is named Hijr. Who are these Ashab-e Hijr? They're the same as Thamud. So we had the discussion about people of Thamud yesterday, Qawm Saleh. They're the same. So there's another name for them. These people were oppressors, transgressors, regardless of frequent admonitions that were given to them regarding idol worshipping, they would still not let go of their practices. They went to the extent, okay, we'll believe in you if you show us some miracles. They asked the Prophet. And that specific miracle of she-camel produced, being pregnant that much long. And then, of course, because it was oversized, bigger than a normal camel, she would drink a lot of water. And at the same time, she was producing more than the required milk. But even then, they would not, even from there was jealousy. So these accursed people didn't appreciate these miracles. Instead of bringing faith, they killed the camel. Therefore, all of the people of Hijr were enveloped in punishment. So that's the punishment that is mentioned for them. There's some points in the surah, verse 47, the pious that are mentioned are Amirul Mu'mineen, Imam Ali, Hazrat Hamza, Hazrat Aqil, Ja'far, Abu Dhar, Salman, Ammar, Miqdad, Imam Hassan, Imam Hussain, and the companions of Badr. They are referred to as ayat number 47 of the surah. Ayat number 60, regardless that she was the wife of Prophet Lut, she was amongst those who were destroyed. In fact, both Lut and Hazrat Nuh's wife were both commanded, Udkhul an-nar ma'ad dakhilin. Verse number 75, the people of understanding are the Prophet and Ahlul Bayt. When it says those who have the understanding, it refers to them. And verse number 94, according to Ibn Abbas, the Prophet was commanded to publicly proclaim about Quran and Ahlul Bayt. We started Surah Nahl, we didn't finish it. I won't get to all the discussions in it. There are 5 main topics of discussion in Surah Nahl. Number 1, Tawheed, oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Second, prophethood. Third, bees. That's why it's named Nahl. Verse of comprehensive faith. And lastly, the characteristics of Hazrat Ibrahim. A reference to Tawheed, Allah has made the earth a floor and the skies a ceiling for mankind. He made mankind from sperm and created animals, also created jinn amongst whom some are beneficial and a source of honor for their master. He made beasts of burden for use and adornment. He sent down rains, brings the... These are all different things that Allah reminds us of His favors, and that leads to what? Tawheed of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That the sync and the synchronization and the harmony that you see in all of these things that are being given by Allah, that leads you to believe that these are all bounties of Allah and cannot be counted. وَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تُحْصُوهَا. If you were to go ahead and enumerate the favors of Allah, of course you won't be able to do so. Second discussion is about prophethood. The Prophet has been commanded to invite people with wisdom and good character and to be patient in the trials he faces doing this. So there are many trials that Rasulullah had faced, but he was always given solace and comfort by mention of the previous Anbiya and the difficulties that they went through. He's been advised to be patient and not to be hard-hearted. Third is the discussion about the bees. The system of the bees is very unusual. By the command of Allah, they make their homes in mountains and trees. These bees collect the pollen made and many plants, and then they change it into honey of different colors and flavors, which contains what? Cure for mankind. Mukhtalifu alwan, they contain cure for mankind, of course, aside from being a very good source of nutrition. And fifth discussion is the verse of comprehensive faith. Verse number 90 of Surah Nahl is considered to be a comprehensive verse of comprehensive faith. 3 things are commanded: to enact justice in all affairs, to behave well with all those who keep cordial relations with relatives, and 3 things are forbidden: to keep away from going astray, to avoid committing sins, and not be amongst those who are oppressors. Sallallahu Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Sheikh Bilal. Bismillah. Let me know when you want the slides up. Should I just start? So I'll put them up there towards the end, but there will be more people, of course, as well. You remember right now? No. See?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين ثم الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا وحبيب إله العالمين أبي القاسم محمد وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين واللعنة على أعدائهم أجمعين من الآن إلى قيام يوم الدين. أما بعد فقد قال الله تعالى في محكم كتابه الحكيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لن تنالوا البر حتى تنفقوا مما تحبون وما تنفقوا من شيء فإن الله به عليم. آمنا بالله صدق الله العلي العظيم. Your second salawat for love of Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. And your loudest salawat لتعجيل فرج صاحب العصر والزمان. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, this new microphone system makes me feel very powerful. I feel like even if you try to go to sleep, I will keep you awake. Alhamdulillah, Allah has blessed us with the holy month of Ramadan. And in this blessed month, the days of this month are better than the days of any month. The nights are better than any nights. And the moments are better than any moment. In honor of this month, Allah has declared it to be better than any other month that He has created. And in it is barakat of all sides. But even amongst those barakat, there are certain days and nights that are special even beyond the status of the month of Ramadan. Amongst those nights that are even more extremely special than the holy month, tonight, the night of the 15th of Ramadan, is one of those special nights. There are certain a'mal that are associated with tonight that are worth mentioning, two of which are easy to perform, one which is a little bit more difficult, but we'll share them for the sake of knowledge that we should know. And in that we see that tonight it's recommended from the mustahabbat to perform a ghusl, that we do ghusl for the 15th night of the month of Ramadan, qurbatan ilallah. This ghusl does not take the place of wudu, but it is one of the recommended actions to perform, and therefore we have the opportunity to take advantage of it. The second item that is recommended to perform tonight that makes this night special is the ziyarat of Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam. That the night of the 15th of Ramadan is one of the special nights to do the ziyarat of our third Imam, and if we unfortunately can't be in Karbala to perform that ziyarat, the recommendation is that from your home, you can recite any ziyarat of Imam al-Hussain tonight, and it's from the mustahabbat. If I didn't have time and I wanted to perform the ziyarat of Imam Hussain in the easiest of fashion possible, for those that it's possible to go onto their roofs, go on the roof. If you can't go on the roof safely, if you can't go on your roof safely, then go out under the open sky, face the direction of Karbala, and two statements: Assalamu alayka ya Aba Abdullah, Assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And it will be counted as someone who performed the ziyarat of Imam Hussain, and will receive the same reward as if I had gone to the haram and sat by the zari and recited my ziyarat. This is one of the barakat that the Ahlul Bayt have taught us, that when we invite you to the ziyarat of our grandfather Hussain ibn Ali, that it is an easy affair for you and we make it for you so that anyone and everyone can benefit from it. The third of the recommended a'mal of tonight is to recite a 100 rakat prayer that's performed in 52 rakat prayers. In each rakat you recite Surah Fatiha once and Surah Ikhlas 10 times. It's a longer a'mal, but it is one of the recommended ones. And some of the benefits of this a'mal, for example, that are listed, should someone choose to dedicate their time to perform it, describe that Allah says that one who performs this a'mal in this night, I grant him 10 angels who are there for his protection around him throughout his life. And when he dies, I grant him 30 angels that will be there to intercede for him and to protect him from the fire of hell. These are some of the a'mal that are recommended that we can mention for tonight. But one of the important events of why we can see the significance of this night is that in this night and in the day of the 15th of the month of Ramadan, we have the narrations and the reports of the birth of our second Imam, Imam Hussain ibn Ali al-Mujtaba alayhi salam. Allah has chosen to demonstrate that the barakat of this day, the blessings of this month are anointed in this individual for us, and for us within this person are lessons to learn. Remember something. An imam is a designation from Allah as a leader, as an example. How we see our second imam as an example, you can even look at the event of Mubahala. When the Prophet says, "Nad'u abna'ana wa abna'akum," there are only two people who are entitled to this status of being known as the sons of Rasulullah. And the first of them is our second imam, and his brother, our third imam. This unique designation tells us and shows us that Allah, when you look at the world and you want to see what does Allah want from you, an example is manifest in these people, and that's where our direction should go, to learn how to attain proximity to Allah and develop that relationship. To that end, even in the birth of Imam Hassan is an example for us. When we look at the narrations of the birth of Imam Hassan, there are a few very important concepts that are presented to us. One, we take a look and we see that our Prophet says that it's said that our Prophet left the city and gave instruction that should Imam Hassan be born while I'm gone, I will come back and I will greet him. And he gave instructions on what to perform. When our Prophet comes back to the city, one of the first things that happens is when they present Imam Hassan to Rasulullah, Rasulullah says, "You wrapped him in a yellow cloth. I don't want any child born to us wrapped in a yellow cloth. Wrap him in a white cloth." One of the lessons being given here is the akhlaq and the adab of when a child is born, what should we do? And the first thing the Prophet does is he changes the cloth that Imam Hassan is wrapped in. The second thing that he does is he recites the adhan in the right ear and the iqamah in the left ear. If we were to say, why do we do this practice? Where did it originate from? The example Rasulullah is giving, if this is for my son, this is for your children too. That we should know what's the etiquette. And how do we know what's the etiquette when a child's born in our family? We look at this example. That on the day the child is born, the Prophet wraps him in a white cloth, recites adhan and iqamah in his ears, and performs tahniq. What is tahniq? Tahniq is where we take and the first thing we put in the child's mouth when he's born. It's recommended that you take, for example, in the case of Imam Hassan, the narrations say that you take a piece of date, that the Prophet took a piece of date, chewed it, made it very soft, and applied it to the roof of the mouth of the infant. Tahniq is one of the mustahab actions, and there are three things that are recommended that we should do tahniq from, that we see from the examples of the Ahlul Bayt. The first of them is a date. The second of them is water from the river Furat. And the third of them is the turba of Imam al-Hussain alayhi salam. Salawat ala Muhammad. That on the first day, if it's possible, that we take a little bit of the turba and we apply it to the roof of the mouth of the child, and this is the way that we do tahniq of a child when they're born. The second thing our Prophet taught us was the etiquette of what should be done on the seventh day after the child is born. On the seventh day after the birth of Imam Hassan alayhi salam, our Prophet went and shaved the head of Imam Hassan and took that hair and its equivalent of weight of that hair, he gave away in sadaqah from silver. For us, it's recommended on the seventh day we shave the infant child's head and we give the weight of their hair either in gold or silver, whatever we can afford to do, either one is fine, but that we should elect one of these items and give the equivalent of that weight in charity. The other thing that was done for Imam Hassan alayhi salam was the sacrifice of a sheep known as aqiqah. Aqiqah is one of the actions in Islam that is recommended, very, very recommended. There are even some of our ulama back in the day, Sharif al-Murtada, who actually said that this is so recommended, I say it's wajib upon you to perform. However, our maraja say it is very mustahab to perform. The extent of it being mustahab is it said that if I grow up and I become mature, and I come to the realizations my parents didn't do an aqiqah for me, I should do it for myself. Meaning it's that mustahab, that if it wasn't done for me as a child, I do it. And aqiqah literally is, for example, giving a ransom. And what we say is that this aqiqah is done for the child that may Allah protect him from the bala and the difficulties of this life. Now, there's an etiquette to performing this action. Like I said, this is loud enough that I can keep you awake, but you guys are with me? We're okay? Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Salli ala Muhammad wa When it comes to performing the aqiqah, it's said that for a boy, a male animal should be given, and for a girl, a female animal should be given. From amongst the animals that you're eligible and allowed to utilize, it can be either a sheep, a cow, or a camel. You can do a camel, it's okay. You don't have to do it yourself, but it's recommended. Amongst the recommendations is the place where you shave the head of the child is where you perform the aqiqah as well too, but it's not necessary, especially in our time where, for example, we can ensure that the food is sent to people that are needy. It's easier to do it in other places and there's no problem with it. The aqiqah that's performed, there's a dua to be recited before you perform it. And it reads, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Allahumma aqiqatu an, and you name the infant child in this moment. لحمها بلحمه ودمها بدمه وعظمها بعظمه اللهم اجعلها وقاء لآل محمد عليه وعلى آله السلام. صلوا على محمد وعلى محمد. This dua is recited at the moment of aqiqah. When we take the animal, it's slaughtered and then the meat is distributed. The distribution of the meat, even this has some qawaid to it that are unique to this event. This is why aqiqah is very important. It's said that from an aqiqah, one share should be given to the midwife if possible. If the midwife is not someone who's available, the mother of the child should give some sadaqah on behalf of that amount that should have been given to the midwife. After that, the rest of this should be fed to the mu'mineen. Now, there's a recommendation that says that, for example, feed it to the mu'mineen that are poor. If you can find mu'mineen that are poor, give it to them. Otherwise, any mu'mineen. But it is incredibly makruh for the father and the father's near relatives to eat from this meat. And for the mother, the severity of kirahat from eating of this meat is even more so. To the extent where some of our older ulama used to say it's haram on the mother to eat from this meat. So, the idea being that this is one of the responsibilities of a child, and the etiquette of how it should be performed was given in the example of Imam Hassan. That, oh my mu'mineen, when you want to learn how do you welcome a child into this world, look at how Rasulullah publicly displays the welcoming of Imam al-Hassan into his family. And he then proceeded to give the food out to the poor people and to the needy people, and the food was given to all of those people. And one of the interesting things is that amongst the Arab cultures and some other cultures, there are some additional practices that have been added in. I'll explain. Amongst the Arab cultures, one of the expectations or requirements that's believed is that when you perform the aqiqah and you've cooked the meat, you should collect all of the bones, wrap them in cloth, and then bury it. And this is considered not a part of Islam, and as a matter of fact, many maraj have written that this is not something you need to do, and if you ever hear of this, it's not a part of the Sharia of Islam. It has no value. It is not something to be performed. Another action that took place, and that some people do take place, is that they believe that when I perform the aqiqah, that the blood of that animal should be taken and rubbed over the head of the child. This is amongst the Arab traditions. As a matter of fact, even in the time of our Holy Prophet, when someone wanted to perform this action, our Prophet explained, and he says, this is an action of the Jahiliyyah and not amongst from the religion of Islam. So this aqiqah, there is a tradition to it, but its importance and its ahmiyat for us is it's one of those things that keeps the difficulties away from the newborn child. It's one of the recommendations to be performed, and its example was demonstrated perfectly in the character of our second Imam, Imam Hassan ibn Ali al-Mujtaba alayhi salam. One of the important aspects when we look at the character of Imam Hassan, there are many lessons for us to learn, but one of the unique attributes of Imam al-Hassan is he's known as Kareem Ali Muhammad, the generous of Ali Muhammad, the generous amongst the generous of Ali Muhammad. When you look at the example of Imam Hassan alayhi salam, what's very famous about him is that he gave away all of his wealth, everything that he owned, for the sake of Allah twice in his life. Everything he owned, he gave away twice. In addition to that, 3 times in his life, he gave away half of everything that he owned to the poor people and gave it out amongst the poor. The explanation Ayatollah Ibrahim Amini gives, he says the extent of him giving away his wealth and half of his wealth was even the shoes that he possessed, he gave away half of his shoes. So if there were 2 shoes, he gave away half. That anything and everything that he owned, he gave away half in his life. The generosity of Imam Hassan was something that was unparalleled in terms of even the example of Ahlul Bayt, that he is known as the generous of Ahlul Bayt. That generosity of Imam al-Hasan was one of the examples that we want to take from him. The same way we talk about the examples of his birth, we talk about the example of his life and his generosity. There are many narrations that talk about how generous this Imam was. I'll share one with you if you guys are okay with this. This is not common, but I'll share one with you. Good? Everybody's all right? Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. This is not one that's told in terms of generosity, but it's one that shows a unique aspect of his generosity. They say that a man came into the city of Medina who did not recognize anyone, he did not know or have any relatives there, and when he came into the city, he was hungry. When he looked around, he found an old man in a masjid who was eating some bread. But the condition of this eating of this bread of this old man was that he would take the bread first, press it under his knee, break the bread and eat it. This guy who was a traveler, he was a young man. He says, okay, well, if it's hard for him, I can eat it. He goes and he sits down. He says, I'm hungry. Can I eat with you? And the old man says, yes, you can eat with me. He comes and he takes the bread and he puts it in his mouth, imagining that if the old man has to break it with his knee, it should be easy for me. He eats the bread and he says, old man, I can't eat this bread. How are you eating this bread? The old man turns to him and he says, listen, if this isn't good for you, if you go to such and such place, there's a dastarkhan, there's a sufro that's put out, and every type of food is available, and everyone is welcome to eat there. Go and eat there. The young man left. He went and followed the instructions, found the sufro, and at the head of that sufra was Imam al-Hasan alayhi salam. Imam al-Hasan saw this man coming, said, come and sit and eat. The man came, he sat down, he looked at the food, it was wonderful. He started to eat. But as he ate, he remembered the old man. He said, that old man, he's eating such hard bread. Let me take some of this food for him. Maybe he's embarrassed to come or anything. I'll take some food for him. So he took the bread, and as one piece he would eat, one piece he would put to the side. Anything he would pick up from the sufra, he would consume one, put one to the side. The nature of Imam Hasan was such that if a man was eating at his dastarkhan, Imam Hasan would give him attention, would pay attention to him, would make sure that his needs were met, that food was being given to him, that anything he wanted, he wasn't in need of something and it wasn't available on the sufra. So Imam al-Hasan, seeing the nature of this man, seeing him put some food to the side and eat some food, he turns and he says, "Oh traveler, maybe it happens that you have a family that you need to feed. Don't worry, I will give you food especially for them. You don't have to preserve the food from the dastarkhan. I'll give you food." Hearing this statement, the man says, no, actually, when I came into the city, I sat with an old man who was eating bread that was so hard, I couldn't eat it. So I felt bad that now I'm getting good food. I wanted to take this nice food for him as well. I don't have a family, but I want to take care of this old man. Said that Imam Hasan, upon hearing this, began to weep. He says, the one that you are describing is my father, Ali ibn Abi Talib, who has forbidden himself from this type of food that is nice. The character of both of these Imams is outlaid in this story as well too, but that generosity of Imam Hasan to pay attention to give, to be caring, to be kind, is one of the important lessons of this month. Our Holy Prophet explained, أفضل الصدقات في شهر رمضان, that the best of charity is in this month. That this month is an opportunity for you to take advantage of and to do good deeds. And the example of Imam Hasan is that he would give to the extent where he would have nothing left. Everything he possessed. In Islam, Allah has not mandated for us to give away everything and to trust upon Him that He will replenish us. But rather He has mandated us that take opportunity of this life and give something from yourself. Give something in the way of Allah to attain something that you could not otherwise attain. The importance of sadaqah is not that I'm doing Allah's work. Never make that mistake. The importance of sadaqah is that with Allah is a special status that you cannot attain until you give away that which you love the most. Which is why Allah in the Quran Himself says, لَن تَنَالُوا الْبِرَّ حَتَّى تُنْفِقُوا مِمَّا تُحِبُّونَ. You cannot attain the great statuses with Allah, the sanctuary with Allah, until you give that which you love. Which is why in this month, there's an opportunity for us to think about all of the charitable work that needs to be done and all the people who are in need of aid. And one of the things that, alhamdulillah, this community, along with supporting and continuing to support the important projects that are in this community, has done is worked very hard to support the people around the world. Which is why, to take a few minutes, I just want to update you on what's going on very quickly. And inshallah, then the program will continue from there. You all know the Zahra Trust is a charitable humanitarian relief organization that is currently operating in over 6 countries: Kenya, Tanzania, Yemen, Lebanon, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India. Are all countries, along with many other areas in the Middle East, where work is done to help those people who are in need. In the last year, we've given out over, I believe, 60,000 food parcels in the month, fed over 800,000 people, and provided over 355,000 hot meals. And this year, alhamdulillah, we're actually doing even more than that. One, the need is greater. As you know, with the conflict going on around the world, the cause of inflation has made people who could survive before unable to survive in this environment. If we're having difficulties here, people are having even more difficulties than us. As well as the conflict in Afghanistan, the continuing conflict in Yemen, the continuing displacement of people who are being forced out of their homes because of the lack of law in many countries is causing the need to be greater. And alhamdulillah, with your support, even more work is being done than before. This is in Kenya. This is for Syrian refugees, the food parcels that are giving out. That's the biggest truck I've seen personally in the last 10 years of working with the trust that we've been able to fill and give out of food in one area. And we're inshallah doing even more than that. This is in Afghanistan, in Yemen, and those are children in Afghanistan in villages like Destebarchi, which is an area of Kabul that was bombed in the schooling there, where we're rebuilding the school, that are being fed. This is in Karbala, that's in Afghanistan as well too, that food is being given out, and this is happening right now, live. We're going to keep doing this emergency relief program, as well as many charitable organizations are out there. And as we eat in this month, remember that there are those who don't have the opportunity and ability to take advantage of this, especially after COVID, the same way that many organizations, because of COVID here, have shut down or don't have the resources to continue to perform. The same is true in all of these other countries as well too. There is a shortage, there's a need that needs to be satisfied. But along with that, one of the things that's changing is that nonprofit work is shifting at looking at how do we help people to not simply feed them today, but to make them self-sufficient and independent tomorrow. One of the things that we don't think about is that child who's raised on a handout sometimes is raised to believe that he's incapable of taking care of himself because there was no one there to teach him. There was no guidance there. That process takes re-education to make them independent and self-sufficient in society, and that's the next level of work now, of rebuilding schools and education. And the same way that we see the importance of school and education and providing a good Islamic education in this environment, the same is true around the world. The goal of this is to mention, in the honor of Imam al-Hasan, not just these projects, but any project in this month. Dedicate yourself, do something different, do something extra for the sake of Allah, in the seerah and the example of our second Imam, Imam Hassan ibn Ali al-Mujtaba alayhi salam. By the barakat of Kareem Ali Muhammad, let's raise our hands in dua. Nad'uka bismika al-azim al-a'zam al-a'azz al-ajal al-akram. 10 times we call out, Ya Allah, 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 Ya Allah. Ya Mahmoud bihaqqi Muhammad, Ya A'la bihaqqi Ali, Ya Fatir al-samawat bihaqqi Fatima, Ya Muhsinu bihaqqi al-Hasan, Ya Qadim al-Ahsan bihaqqi al-Hussain. Oh Allah, by the right of Kareem Ali Muhammad, those of us who have gathered here with hajat, oh Allah, fulfill our hajat. Oh Allah, those of us who are suffering through difficulty and hardship, by the mention of the mercies and the bounties of Imam al-Hasan, remove the difficulties from the mu'mineen wherever they may be. Oh Allah, forgive our sins and cover our flaws. Oh Allah, accept this fast from us and all of our ibadat in our fasts. Make us from the followers of Ali Muhammad, and hasten the reappearance of Sahib al-Zaman. Rahimallah man yakra Surah al-Fatiha ma'as salawat. Ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. As a reminder, the nightly program at the masjid is starting at 6:45 p.m. with a recitation of the Holy Quran, followed by the speech by one of our scholars. Tonight we had the honor of hearing Sheikh Bilal. We've been hearing Maulana Rizwan on previous nights. Followed by Maulana Saab's speech, we have Namaz-e-Maghribain, after which we proceed to the banquet halls for iftar, and then we return back upstairs for Namaz-e-Isha, and the program concludes with Dua-e-Iftitah. Tonight we will also have the third recitation of Dua-e-Mujir after the Dua-e-Iftitah. And there's also a live question and answer session in which our two alims, Maulana Rizwan, Rizvi, and Sheikh Bilal Hussain will answer our questions and share with us their knowledge. So please join us for that. Just another couple of programming notes in celebration of the birth of Imam Hussain alayhi salam. There's been a special arrangement to have an ice cream truck here today at 8:30 p.m. It'll be here from 8:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. So complimentary ice cream will be available not only for the children but for the adults as well. We are respectfully asking that all in attendance, please, go there once so we make sure that everybody can enjoy, the ice cream. The Jashan for the Wiladat of Imam Hussain alayhi salam will take place tomorrow, Sunday, April 17th, at 6:45 p.m. before the Namaz-e-Maghribain. The sponsors for tonight's program are Safdar Zaidi and family. Kindly recite Surah Fatiha for their marhumeen, as well as for all of our marhumeen, and for those marhumeen who have no one to recite Fatiha for them. And there's also a special request for Surah Fatiha for my mother, Jalis Fatima, who on the occasion of her birthday on the 14th of Ramadan. Surah Fatiha. Opportunities for sponsorship are still available. We have a few, we're in need of a few sponsors for April 18th, April 19th, as well as April 21st. So if anyone is interested in taking advantage of the opportunity to obtain the sawab of opening the Roza, kindly reach out to myself, Brother Shariar Heather, Brother Mustafa Kareem, or any of the volunteers or management present at the masjid. And again, we're just making a humble request for everyone to kindly keep their masks on throughout the duration of the program. There has been uptick in COVID cases. I'm seeing them in my own office every day. So please, cooperate with the volunteers. If you don't have a mask, there are masks available in the foyer. We have a couple of minutes before the time for Azan, so I'm going to ask Dr. Kharazi to come and please share a few words regarding the Sadiq School Summer Program. Salawat.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Azim. Inshallah, we're going to be going to start our new building this fall. We are expecting to open it and have a grand opening, inshallah. We will be offering pre-K, junior, which is 3-year-old, 4, 5, and 6-year-old. So if you have a child, 3, 4, 5, 6, please register your child. Not only we are offering a great program, which is better than any public schools, but we also have the Islamic aspect of the programs as well. We have a special program this summer. If you have a child 5, 6, or 7 years old and needs improvement in reading and writing skills, we have a 25-year teacher, 25 years experience teacher who is certified, and is going to be offering a 6 weeks program to help a child to improve their reading and writing skills. So please see me and I will give you the details, or you can see our website for the information. Finally, brothers and sisters, every year during Ramadan, we embark on a very small project. And this year's project is to help provide clean and drinking water to 500 Shia, and most of them are Syed, in 2 villages in Afghanistan. The cost for building a well plus supplying a tank is only $5,000. For $10, you are going to be providing clean water for one person for many years, and there is a Sabab Jariyah. So we are hoping that you will participate in this program. Inshallah, today and tomorrow, you will help and we will collect that 5,000. We already have 800, so we only need 4,200, and we can, inshallah, start that well, and you will be earning Sawab Jariyah. Please see me, or there is a flyer outside. Any way you can help. There's various ways you can donate, and all your donation also is tax deductible. We, inshallah, with that, I will give it to Molana to start the azan, please. Jazakallah. Salawat.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله اللهم صل على محمد أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا ولي الله اللهم صل أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير الأعمال حي على خير الأعمال الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله
أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة، حي على الصلاة، حي على الفلاح، حي على الفلاح، حي على خير العمل، حي على خير العمل، قد قامت الصلاة، قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر، الله أكبر، لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الرحمن الرحيم، مالك يوم الدين، إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين، اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته يقوم وأقعد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الرحمن الرحيم، مالك يوم الدين، إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين، اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد، الله الصمد، لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. كذلك الله ربي. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. ربي أدخلني مدخل صدق وأخرجني مخرج صدق واجعل لي من لدنك سلطانا نصيرا. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سمع الله لمن حمد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سمع الله لمن حمد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان الله، سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر، الله أكبر، الله أكبر.
صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. يا علي يا عظيم يا غفور يا رحيم. أنت الرب العظيم الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير. وهذا شهر عظمته وكرمته وشرفته وفضلته على الشهور، وهو الشهر الذي فرضت صيامه عليه، وهو شهر رمضان الذي أنزلت فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان، وجعلت فيه ليلة القدر وجعلتها خيرا من 1000 شهر. فيا ذا المن ولا يمن عليك، من علي بفكاك رقبتي من النار، في من تمن عليه وادخلني الجنة برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. صلاة العشاء at 8:45 p.m.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله ملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر ولله الحمد الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا ولي الله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم اجعل بي بارا ولسارا وشكارا ورسيدارا وأولادي أبرارا واجعل لي عند قبر نبيك محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم مستقرا وقرارا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم صل على محمد
الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن عليا حجة الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله استغفر الله ربي من كل ذنب وأتوب إليه يا محسن قد أتاك المسيء وأنت المحسن وأنا المسيء فقد أمرت المحسن أن يتجاوز عن المسيء فتجاوز عن قبيح ما عندي بجميل ما عندك يا كريم يا الله استغفر الله ربي من كل ذنب وأتوب إليه الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والتين والزيتون وطور سينين وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي العالى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته يقوم ويقعد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. كذلك الله ربي. الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بحول الله وقوته يقوم وأقعد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته يقوم ويقعد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سمع الله لمن حمد. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما.
محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. تسبيح فاطمة الزهراء سلام الله عليها. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم أدخل على أهل القبور السرور. اللهم أغن كل فقير. اللهم أشبع كل جائع. اللهم أكس كل عريان. اللهم أقض دين كل مدين. اللهم فرج عن كل مكروب. اللهم رد كل غريب. اللهم فك كل أسير. اللهم أصلح كل فاسد من أمور المسلمين. اللهم اشف كل مريض. اللهم سد فقرنا بغناك. اللهم غير سوء حالنا بحسن حالك. اللهم اقض عنا الدين واغننا من الفقر إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم صل على محمد وآله.
Who's doing well? Ask him if he wants to do it. Here's the mic.
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. الله رحم الله من قرأ سورة الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. دعاء الافتتاح. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم إني أفتتح الثناء بحمدك وأنت مسدد للصواب بمنك، وأيقنت أنك أنت أرحم الراحمين في موضع العفو والرحمة، وأشد المعاقبين في موضع النكال والنقمة، وأعظم المتجبرين في موضع الكبرياء والعظمة. اللهم أذنت لي في دعائك ومسألتك، فاسمع يا سميع مدحتي، وأجب يا رحيم دعوتي، وأقل يا غفور عثرتي. فكم يا إلهي من كربة قد فرجتها، وهموم قد كشفتها، وعثرة قد أقلتها، ورحمة قد نشرتها، وحلقة بلاء قد فككتها. الحمد لله الذي لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا، ولم يكن له شريك في الملك، ولم يكن له ولي من الذل، وكبره تكبيرا. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. اللهم صل على محمد. اللهم صل على محمد. الحمد لله بجميع محامده كلها، على جميع نعمه كلها. الحمد لله الذي لا مضاد له في ملكه، ولا منازع له في أمره. الحمد لله الذي لا شريك له في خلقه، ولا شبيه له في عظمته. الحمد لله الفاشي في الخلق أمره وحمده، وحمده الظاهر بالكرم مجده، الباسط بالجود يده، الذي لا تنقص خزائنه، ولا تزيده كثرة العطاء إلا جودا وكرما. إنه هو العزيز الوهاب. اللهم إني أسألك قليلا من كثير، مع حاجة بي إليه عظيمة، وغناك عنه قديم، وهو عندي كثير، وهو عليك سهل يسير. اللهم إن عفوك عن ذنبي، وتجاوزك عن خطيئتي، وصفحك عن ظلمي، وسترك على قبيح عملي، وحلمك عن كثير جرمي، عندما كان من خطئي وعمدي. أطمعني في أن أسألك ما لا أستوجبه منك، الذي رزقتني من رحمتك، وأريتني من قدرتك، وعرفتني من إجابتك، فصرت أدعوك آمنا، وأسألك مستأنسا، لا خائفا ولا وجلا، مدلا عليك فيما قصدت فيه إليك. فإن أبطأ عني عتبت بجهلي عليك، ولعل الذي أبطأ عني هو خير لي لعلمك بعاقبة الأمور. فلم أر مولا كريما أصبر على عبد لئيم منك علي. يا رب إنك تدعوني فأولي عنك، وتتحبب إلي فأتبغض إليك، وتتودد إلي فلا أقبل منك كأن لي التطول عليك، فلم يمنعك ذلك من الرحمة لي والإحسان إلي والتفضل علي بجودك وكرمك، فارحم عبدك الجاهل وجد عليه بفضل إحسانك، إنك جواد كريم. الحمد لله مالك الملك مجري الفلك مسخر الرياح فالق الإصباح ديان الدين رب العالمين. الحمد لله على حلمه بعد علمه، والحمد لله على عفوه بعد قدرته، والحمد لله على طول أناته في غضبه وهو قادر على ما يريد. الحمد لله خالق الخلق باسط الرزق فالق الإصباح ذي الجلال والإكرام والفضل والإنعام، الذي بعد فلا يرى وقرب فشهد النجوى تبارك وتعالى. الحمد لله الذي ليس له منازع يعادله ولا شبيه يشاكله ولا ظهير يعاضده، قهر بعزته الأعزاء وتواضع لعظمته العظماء، فبلغ بقدرته ما يشاء. الحمد لله الذي يجيبني حين أناديه ويستر علي كل عورة وأنا أعصيه، ويعظم النعمة علي فلا أجازيه، فكم من موهبة هنيئة قد أعطاني، وعظيمة مخوفة قد كفاني، وبهجة مونقة قد أراني، فأثني عليه حامدا وأذكره مسبحا. الحمد لله الذي لا يهتك حجابه ولا يغلق بابه ولا يرد سائله ولا يخيب آمله. الحمد لله الذي يؤمن الخائفين وينجي الصالحين ويرفع المستضعفين ويدع المستكبرين ويهلك ملوكا ويستخلف آخرين. والحمد لله قاسم الجبارين مبير الظالمين مدرك الهاربين نكال الظالمين صريخ المستصرخين موضع حاجات الطالبين معتمد المؤمنين. الحمد لله الذي من خشيته ترعد السماء وسكانها وترجف الأرض وعمارها وتموج البحار ومن يسبح في غمراتها. الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله. الحمد لله الذي يخلق ولم يخلق ويرزق ولا يرزق ويطعم ولا يطعم ويميت الأحياء ويحيي الموتى وهو حي لا يموت بيده الخير وهو على كل شيء قدير. اللهم صل على محمد عبدك ورسولك وأمينك وصفيك وحبيبك وخيرتك من خلقك وحافظ سرك ومبلغ رسالاتك أفضل وأحسن وأجمل وأكمل وأزكى وأنمى وأطيب وأطهر وأسنى وأكثر ما صليت وباركت وترحمت وتحننت وسلمت على أحد من عبادك وأنبيائك ورسلك وصفوتك وأهل الكرامة عليك من خلقك. اللهم وصل على علي أمير المؤمنين ووصي رسول رب العالمين، عبدك ووليك وأخي رسولك وحجتك على خلقك وآيتك الكبرى والنبأ العظيم. وصل على الصديقة الطاهرة فاطمة الزهراء سيدة النساء العالمين. وصل على سبطي الرحمة وإمامي الهدى الحسن والحسين سيدي شباب أهل الجنة. وصل على أئمة المسلمين علي بن الحسين ومحمد بن علي وجعفر بن محمد وموسى بن جعفر وعلي بن موسى ومحمد بن علي وعلي بن محمد والحسن بن علي والخلف الهادي المهدي، حججك على عبادك وأمنائك في بلادك، صلاة كثيرة دائمة. اللهم وصل على ولي أمرك القائم المؤمل والعدل المنتظر، وحفه بملائكتك المقربين، وأيده بروح القدس يا رب العالمين. اللهم صل على محمد. اللهم اجعله الداعي إلى كتابك والقائم بدينك، استخلفه في الأرض كما استخلفت الذين من قبله، مكن له دينه الذي ارتضيته له، أبدله من بعد خوفه أمنا، يعبدك لا يشرك بك شيئا. اللهم أعزه وأعزز به، وانصره وانتصر به، وانصره نصرا عزيزا، وافتح له فتحا يسيرا، واجعل له من لدنك سلطانا نصيرا. اللهم أظهر به دينك وسنة نبيك حتى لا يستخفي بشيء من الحق مخافة أحد من الخلق. اللهم إنا نرغب إليك في دولة كريمة تعز بها الإسلام وأهله، وتذل بها النفاق وأهله، وتجعلنا فيها من الدعاة إلى طاعتك والقادة إلى سبيلك، وترزقنا بها كرامة الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم ما عرفتنا من الحق فحملناه، وما قصرنا عنه فبلغناه. اللهم المم به شعثنا، واشعب به صدعنا، وارتق به فتقنا، وكثر به قلتنا، وأعزز به ذلتنا، وأغن به عائلنا، واقض به عن مغرمنا، واجبر به فقرنا، وسد به خلتنا، ويسر به عسرنا، وبيض به وجوهنا، وفك به أسرنا، وأنجح به طلبتنا، وأنجز به مواعيدنا، واستجب به دعوتنا، وأعطنا به سؤلنا، وبلغنا به من الدنيا والآخرة آمالنا، وأعطنا به فوق رغبتنا يا خير المسؤولين وأوسع المعطين. اشف به صدورنا، وأذهب به غيظ قلوبنا، واهدنا به لما اختلف فيه من الحق بإذنك، إنك تهدي من تشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. وانصرنا به على عدوك وعدونا، إله الحق آمين. اللهم إنا نشكو إليك فقد نبينا صلواتك عليه وآله، وغيبة ولينا، وكثرة عدونا، وقلة عددنا، وشدة الفتن بنا، وتظاهر الزمان علينا. وفصل على محمد وآله، وعنا على ذلك بفتح منك تعجله، وبضر تكشفه، ونصر تعزه، وسلطان حق تظهره، ورحمة منك تجللناها، وعافية منك تلبسناها، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على رحم الله من قرأ سورة الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سبحانك يا الله، تعاليت يا رحمن، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا رحيم، تعاليت يا كريم، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا مالك، تعاليت يا ملك، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا قدوس، تعاليت يا سلام، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا مؤمن، تعاليت يا محيمن، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا عزيز، تعاليت يا جبار، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا متكبر، تعاليت يا متجبر، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا خالق، تعاليت يا بارئ، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا مصور، تعاليت يا مقدر، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا هادي، تعاليت يا باقي، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا وهاب، تعاليت يا تواب، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا فتاح، تعاليت يا مرتاح، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا سيدي، تعاليت يا مولاي، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا كريم، تعاليت يا ركيب، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا مبدئ، تعاليت يا معيد، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا حميد، تعاليت يا مجيد، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا قديم، تعاليت يا عظيم، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا غفور، تعاليت يا شكور، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا شاهد، تعاليت يا شهيد، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا حنان، تعاليت يا منان، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا باعث، تعاليت يا وارث، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا محيي، تعاليت يا مميت، أجرنا من النار يا مجير. سبحانك يا شفيق، تعاليت يا رفيق،
أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا أنس تعاليت يا مؤنس أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا جليل تعاليت يا جميل أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا خبير تعاليت يا بصير أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا حفي تعاليت يا ملي أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا معبود تعاليت يا موجود أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا غفار تعاليت يا قهار أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مذكور تعاليت يا مشكور أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا جواد تعاليت يا معاد أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا جمل تعاليت يا جلال أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا سابق تعاليت يا رازق أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا صادق تعاليت يا فالق أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا سميع تعاليت يا صريع أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا رفيع تعاليت يا بديع أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا فعال يا ليت يا متعال أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا قاذم تعاليت يا راذي أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا قاهر تعاليت يا طاهر أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا عليم تعاليت يا حكيم أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا دائم تعاليت يا قائم أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا عاصم تعاليت يا قاسم أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا غني تعاليت يا مغني أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا وفي تعاليت يا قوي أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا كافي تعاليت يا شافي أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مقدم تعاليت يا مؤخر أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا أول تعاليت يا آخر أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ظاهر تعاليت يا باطن أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا رجاء تعاليت يا مرتجى أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ذا المن تعاليت يا توال أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا حي تعاليت يا قيوم أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا واحد تعاليت يا أحد أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا سيد تعاليت يا صمد أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا قدير تعاليت يا كبير أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا عالي وعالي تعاليت يا عالي أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا علي تعاليت يا أعلى أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ولي تعاليت يا مولى أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ذار تعاليت يا بار أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا خافض تعاليت يا رافع أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مقسط تعاليت يا جامع أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا معز تعاليت يا مذل أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا حافظ تعاليت يا حفيظ أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا قادر تعاليت يا مقتدر أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا عليم تعاليت يا حليم أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا حكم تعاليت يا حكيم أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مؤتي تعاليت يا مني مانع أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ذار تعاليت يا نافع أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مجيب تعاليت يا حسب أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا عادل تعاليت يا فاصل أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا لطيف تعاليت يا شريف أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا رب تعاليت يا حق أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ماجد تعاليت يا واحد أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا عفو تعاليت يا منتقم أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا واسع تعاليت يا موسع أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا رؤوف تعاليت يا عطوف أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا فرد تعاليت يا وتر أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مقيت تعاليت يا محيط أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا وقيل تعاليت يا عدل أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مبين تعاليت يا متين أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا بار تعاليت يا ودود أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا رشيد تعاليت يا مرشد أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا نور تعاليت يا منور أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ناصر تعاليت يا نصير أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا صبور تعاليت يا صابر أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا محصي تعاليت يا منشئ أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا سبحان تعاليت يا ديان أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا مغيث تعاليت يا غياث أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا فاطر تعاليت يا حاضر أجرنا من النار يا مجير سبحانك يا ذا العز والجمال تبارك يا ذا الجبروت والجلال سبحانك لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين فاستجبنا له ونجيناه من الغم وكذلك ننجي المؤمنين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين وحسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله والسلام عليك يا رسول الله صلى الله والسلام عليك يا نبي الله صلى الله والسلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين صلى الله والسلام عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء سيدة النساء العالمين صلى الله والسلام عليكما يا إمام الحسن ويا إمام الحسين سيدي شباب أهل الجنة صلى الله وسلم على 9 المعصومين من ذرية الحسين علي بن الحسين ومحمد بن علي وجعفر بن محمد وموسى بن جعفر وعلي بن موسى ومحمد بن علي وعلي بن محمد والحسن بن علي صلى الله وسلم عليك يا صاحب العصر والزمان الأمان 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 من فتنة الزمان السلام عليك يا شريك القرآن السلام عليك يا كعبة الإيمان السلام عليك يا إمام إنس والجان عجل الله تعالى فرجك وسهل الله مخرجك وظهورك صلى الله والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Huh? Okay. We have two of these, right? We have two of these? So this one's better. Hello. We need to. You turn off the screen? Okay, let me turn it on. We already have 35 questions, so we're just going to address those. Okay. And then if anyone sends new ones.
Do I need to have anything on the screen? Should I show the screen at any?
No, I'm showing it.
No, like to the live stream. Or should I just show it just to you?
No, just show us.
Excuse me, let me sit up straight.
Do we need this thing in front or do you?
Get a table? La la, for
If you don't need it, then it's not coming in the shot anyway.
All right, so we'll leave it then. You can put my phone there, put my feet here. Sorry यार मैं आ ही रहा था आप पहले आ गया I apologize. Alina N से होएगा ना? Ain lam ye noon tamar.
All right, so we can get started. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد فاسألوا أهل الذكر إن كنتم لا تعلمون صدق الله العلي العظيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته everyone. Welcome to our second Q&A. One was done a couple of days ago. MashaAllah, a lot of people took part in that. That was conducted online. And I had the pleasure of Sheikh Bilal alongside with me during that Q&A session as well. And tonight, inshallah, we will start with this session of Q&A. And you can see on the screen, if you go to the website, slido.com, and you go to the event ID 731932, you can post your live questions. So far, we've had about 35 questions already received. So there are a couple of repeated questions from the other night when we had the discussion. Inshallah, we will start off with some of these, and hopefully you can send and submit new questions as well. Otherwise, I think these are plenty that we can go through them. I'll start us off, or the first question that I have is that in Jamaat Namaz, do we read Surah in third and fourth rakat, or let Imam read it? You can go ahead and answer that.
So, in our third and fourth rakat of Salat, obviously we're talking about Zuhr, Asr, and Isha, and Maghrib's third rakat, you have the discretion of reciting one of two things. You can either recite Surah Fatiha, or you can do Tasbihatul Arba'a. Tasbihatul Arba'a is Subhanallahi walhamdulillahi wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar. Now, in the first two rakats of Jamaat prayers, it is the Imam's responsibility to recite the surahs and the Ma'mumeen to listen. If in the case the Ma'mumeen can't listen, for example, there's no microphone, or that, for example, Zuhr Asr and the Syed Sheikh Imam is reciting makhfi, silently, then we can do dhikr in our hearts, or we can silently repeat the surah to ourselves. In the third and fourth rakat, it's not the Imam's responsibility to recite, it's our individual responsibility to recite. And we have the discretion. We can either do Tasbihatul Arba'a, and we do that typically 3 times, Subhanallahi walhamdulillahi wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar, 3 times, or we can recite Surah Fatiha. Now, in the third rakat, you can recite Surah Fatiha. In the fourth rakat, you can do Tasbihatul Arba'a. In the third rakat, you can do Fatiha. In the fourth rakat, you can do Fatiha. In both rakat, you can do Tasbihatul Arba'a, or switch them back and forth. It's your discretion. But one of these two has to be completed in the third and fourth rakat, and it has to be done individually. There's the lengthy answer.
Second question that I have over here related to namaz as well. So we'll just discuss the ones with namaz, and then inshallah we'll get to the other ones. Can you pray or can you read namaz in a plane or a moving car? So yes, as far as salat is concerned, you can pray in the plane. And as far as a moving car is concerned, because with plane does not take sharp turns and move quickly, so you can maintain the direction of Qibla in a plane. And therefore, praying in a plane, there's nothing wrong with it. In a car, it is possible that, it'll take sharp turns and you might lose the direction to Qibla, and you may not be able to stand up properly. So when it comes to the wajib salat, it should not be offered in a car. Because if you can pray in the car, then I'm sure you can step out of the car and you can pray. I think if there's no other option but to pray in a moving car and namaz is becoming qada, then it would be a different story. But one should not. as far as the mustahab prayers are concerned, there's nothing wrong. You can pray even in a moving car, and even if you're walking, mustahab prayers could be offered as well. But of course, you need to have this concentration when you're praying. You need to concentrate on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala while you're praying. And if you're concentrating on driving, you're concentrating on walking, then how are you going to be able to keep your attention to Allah? So these are situations where people have asked specific questions to Maraji in reference to, if we are not doing anything, can we do this? And so said, yeah, as far as mustahab salat is concerned, can be done while even walking around. Yes, you had a question. No, you need to ascertain the direction of Qibla. And if you can get an idea to which direction, even if you're off by 45 degrees left to right, it will be accepted, inshallah. But you need to ascertain the direction of the Qibla. If you realize after having offered the prayer that it was the opposite direction, you have to go ahead and offer the salat once again. But usually, when we're taking the flight from United States to any of the eastern countries, normally the plane also fly in the direction which is closest, right? So that's why they take this northern route. Instead of going due east, they go northeast. Why do they go northeast? Because it's the closest distance from here to the destination that they're going to. And therefore, usually, if you pray in that direction, your salat is exactly. And a lot of these planes nowadays have on their screens the direction of Qibla, like Emirates and Qatar and other airlines.
Flight map. So whenever if let's say I'm flying from here to California and I'm not sure, look at the flight map. Flight map will tell you the direction the plane is flying and which way it is. Eyeball the direction and you can kind of figure out which way Qibla is. So even if it's a local flight, if you can see the flight map on the screen, you can figure out generally which direction to face. And the least you should do is that if you should face the direction of Qibla when doing Takbiratul Ihram if it's not possible to face for the entire flight. So, but that's, if it's the complete opposite direction or you're afraid that they're going to be rude to you or something of that nature, then at least in Takbiratul Ihram. Yeah, so I mean, you can pray seated, which is fine.
That's fine. Yeah.
It's not a problem. It's fine.
And you don't have to repeat your prayer.
You don't have to. So which is why turn, face the direction of Qibla, do your takbir, and then sit as close as you can, if possible, to face Qibla and pray. But if I can't face Qibla for the entire prayer, like you said, if Qibla is behind me, and I'm on JetBlue, and it's going to, for example, Texas, and I'm nervous about what they're going to do to me, face the direction of Qibla, do your Takbiratul Ihram, and then sit down. But at least for the extent of Takbiratul Ihram, you should face Qibla.
Bismillah.
No. That's the shortest distance. It'll never be that the shorter distance to Qibla is going west. So your obligation is, if you go to Taipei, then baat karenge. We'll talk when you go to Taipei. But for now,
Yeah. No, so it'll be opposite direction. Northeast. Maybe, I don't know, of course, when people are in Japan, they're facing west. Yeah.
He's talking about Taipei, which is like a part of China, I guess,
Right.
Close to China.
So from there, I guess they face west in order to pray.
So once you get to the point where facing west is closer than facing east, then face west.
Yes.
Your obligation is our obligation. Because, right, the earth is round. Eventually it will get there, right? That's one argument people have. But our obligation is that the shortest distance to Qibla is the direction we need to face. So anywhere in America, this is why I said no. My assumption was you're talking about any flight in America. No, any flight in America, still east is the shortest distance to Qibla. So which is why from America, we're always going to go east.
Okay. Asantam. In a work setting, you are required to attend events, meetings where alcohol is served. Can you eat on a table where alcohol is consumed by others? No, it's not permissible to sit on a table where alcohol is being served. Now, with the setting that is being mentioned over here, now if it was your choice, you should never sit on a table where alcohol is being served. But the setting that is being explained over here seems like it is being enforced, or it has to do with the work. And if you can't get out of it, it's a situation like where you have to attend this sort of meeting, and if they're not going to be respectful of your beliefs of serving alcohol, and of course you have to attend this meeting for a variety of reasons, then in that exceptional case it will be permissible. But as a rule of thumb, wherever alcohol is being served, the table, you're not allowed to sit on it. I'll give you an easy one. Is it halal to buy a lottery ticket?
It is haram. Haram. No lottery tickets.
It is not halal. We answered this question yesterday. If one wishes to sell a piece of art, such as painting with Quranic verses, is it responsibility of the seller to inquire if the buyer is Muslim?
It is not. It is not your responsibility, as long as there's no expectation that the person buying it will disrespect the item that they're purchasing. There's nothing wrong with it. So if I know that someone's going to buy it to, na'uzubillah, burn it or to show disrespect to it, then I can't sell it to them, Muslim or otherwise. But I don't have an obligation to ask any other way. Yes? Mm-hmm.
The Maraja have, said it should not be done, and they have spoken against it. But of course, a lot of these things are cultural, so you can't really speak about it, culturally, because a lot of people have these cultural things, and they have drawn these pictures. You usually see it in Iraq more than you see in any other place. So yeah.
So if someone's doing it, you don't go and tell them it's haram, but you yourself don't promote it. So we wouldn't do it, but we're not going to go and tell somebody this is haram, throw it out, you can't sell this. That's the point.
When is fidya, kafara, qaza due for a missed fast? So fidya is when you have a difficulty in fasting, it's mushaqqat for you, or if you have an illness which is an ongoing illness, which is not just for time being, but rather it's a chronic, something which is for many, many years, like diabetes. If a lady is pregnant, or after having given birth, she's nursing, in these situations, you don't fast, but you give what? You give fidya. But the lady who is pregnant, or after giving birth, she's nursing, she has to give fidya, and she has to make up the qadha of the fast that she had made. So fidya is for those who are elderly. For example, it's mashaqqat, difficulty for them to fast. They're unable to make up the fast. They're unable to fast, or there's a chronic disease which is running for many, many years. In those situations, they don't fast. They just give fidya. Kafara is when you break a fast intentionally. Breaking a fast means one day you decide, I'm not going to fast. That is also breaking a fast. Breaking a fast is not just just going and eating something while you're fasting. So in any of those situations, kafara will become due upon you. Kafara is either fasting for 60 days or feeding 60 poor. For one kafara is fasting for 60 days or feeding 60 miskin. Fidya is 750 grams of staple food item, which probably be $5 in our monetary value today. Whereas kafara would be $300 per fast. Qaza, of course, is, as I mentioned, is due upon those who have temporary illness, temporary reason for not being able to fast. You're traveling, for example, or some other thing that has come up. You were sick and you couldn't fast. But the sickness is only temporary in nature. So there's no fidya upon you. After Ramadan is over, when you've come back from your travel, you just go ahead and make up the qadha, and there's no penalty upon you. Did I miss anything in there?
No.
Okay.
Good.
I'll put the next one to you. How do we increase focus in namaz so our mind is not wandering?
Okay, so I was hoping I'd get this one. There's no. Please no. There's Imam Majlisi narrates an event. He says that a man came to Imam Sadiq alayhi salam and asked him this question. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. And Imam Sadiq said that focus on your place of sajda while you're praying and don't let your eyes wander. The next day somebody else came and asked the exact same question. How do I increase my focus in salat? And the Imam said to him, pray in such a way that it's as if this is the last thing you're ever going to do in your life, and as soon as this prayer is over, you're going to die. Third day somebody came and asked him again, how do I increase my focus in prayer? And the Imam replied to him, pray in such a way that it is as if you can see Allah watching you pray. And know that while you can't see Allah, Allah is looking at you and is watching you as you pray in every moment that you're taking. Al-Imam Majlisi explains that the answer of the Imam in these three different answers to the same question was because the person who asked the question had a different capacity of understanding the answer. So we see these three as steps in focusing our prayer. That the first step to focus our prayer is focus on your place of sujood when I'm praying. Don't let your eyes look around, don't look anywhere else. Keep your eyes focused on your place of sajda, on your turba. Once I've gotten in the habit that as soon as I start praying, I'm not looking anywhere else, my eyes aren't wandering, I'm not seeing who's coming and going, then the next step that I take to increase my focus is I imagine that right after I say this prayer, I'm going to die. It's the last thing in my life I'm going to do. If it's the last thing you're going to do before you die, you're going to pray in a very special way. You're going to do the best that you can. But you're always worried about yourself and what's going to happen to you. The third step is I start being conscious of Allah now, and I'm aware that Allah is with me at all times, Allah is watching me, and Allah can see me. The same way, for example, if I was, working on an assignment at school, and the teacher comes and stands over my shoulder, my work changes. I don't work the same way I did before. I'm very focused, I'm very careful. The same kind of realization we want to have, that Allah is always watching us in the same way. Now we don't hear Allah going behind us, but we know that Allah is everywhere and Allah is always paying attention. So in this way we can increase our focus by being conscious that I can't forget that Allah is aware of me and watching me in this instant. So that's a good way to focus.
One thing, if I can just add to it, and I've learned this, of course, from our teachers as well. They say a lot of time we spend very little time preparing for salat. Meaning what, you were watching TV or you were doing something else, it's time for salat, you get up, do wuzu in 10 seconds, and then you do the namaz in like 2 minutes and you're done with it. Of course, the salat, wuzu, and the entirety of it was 5 minutes max. How are you going to be able to concentrate on it properly? He said the last thing that you were doing will be something which is coming in your mind now. So that movie or that game that you were watching, that's going to be running in your head while you're standing and praying. So give ihtimam to your prayer, meaning what? That you stand before you start the salat, you try and do some of the mustahabbat of the wudu, spend some time doing that, not that you waste water, but spend some time doing the wudu and then prepare yourself ahead of time for salat, meaning don't just get up at the time of adhan and then go ahead and do it, but rather give some muqaddama, like the preface, right, before getting into salat. That way, that which was last on your mind would not be the previous thing, rather it would be the time that you spent getting ready for salat. And then when you stand up for salat, that'll be the last thing on your head and you'll be able to concentrate a little bit better. So a little bit time. Instead of just praying 2 rakat namaz in 2 minutes and being done with it, maybe spend 5 to 6 minutes doing it so that you're able to concentrate more in it. It's makruh, right? It's makruh, it's not haram. Yes? You handle that.
So while it's not batil, it obviously disrupts the hayat of salat. In every generation, there's been something. So for example, the generation before the phone, it was the watch. You'd see some people, Sami Allahu liman hamida, and go back down. So there are always distractions. It doesn't make the salat itself batil, but it disrupts the picture of the salat, and it can be extremely makruh, but it doesn't make it void. If you pick up and you start having the conversation, now you're not praying anymore, you're doing something different. But what the recommendation is shut the phone off, put it in a different room. Put it on silent, put it in a different room so that my focus can be where I want to pray. So take away all the distractions. But it doesn't make it batil, it's not a good thing to do. Yeah, so again, turning it off, my ways was he takes it out, looks at it, and then shuts it off, which some people do. But that's you've diverted your attention from Allah and from your direction.
Ahsan. Say that again?
Like, say if a phone's ringing, like it's my phone or something, but because I shut it off or something, it causes a distraction for others and their namaz breaks or something.
No, as long as they're still not turning away or not doing anything which, breaks the hayat of namaz, as Maulana said, salat will be fine.
But if they turn and they look away, no, you're not responsible. They are responsible for the fact that they turned and looked away. So, for example, your phone's ringing, someone turns around, says, hey, turn off your phone.
Right.
His prayer is void, not yours.
I think there's one last question regarding namaz, and then we can move on to another important topic. That is, I see a lot of questions about music, so we'll get to that. Yes. Is my namaz qasr if I visit New York City from New Jersey location where total miles traveled to get to New York City totals when namaz is qasr? So meaning, it's 28 miles going back and forth if I'm going from Jersey to New York City. If it was less, when my namaz would be qasr. If it was more than this, then would my namaz be qasr. So yes, your namaz will be qasr if you go from here to New Jersey, and the distance that is traveled is you're passing your hadd tarakhus and the shari limit of 14 miles one way and 28 miles upon return. You're going to New York City or anywhere for that matter, your namaz will be qasr. But if it was less than that, then your namaz would not be qasr. Yes. Boundary of the city that you're living, yes. So, and then you start counting 14 miles from the township's line. That's where you start counting.
But if you go to New York every day for work, then you have to do qasr every day?
No. No, that's part of your normal travel, then part of your normal occupation.
So, can you explain that aspect that we discussed yesterday as well? Okay. So I mean, if you're going to work is separate. You're going to, this is a regular routine of yours. Regardless of how many miles you travel, it does not make any difference. So if you go to New York every day, a lot of people do, Monday to Friday, they're going to work. They're going to pray full, they're going to pray namaz full, and they're going to fast even. They're not going to, it's not going to change anything for them. But it's asking about a person who normally doesn't, but it's now going. Yes, Irshad bhai.
What?
If you leave, so this is talking after, outside of Ramadan. It hasn't to do with Ramadan, right?
Okay.
Okay, say. No, I got it.
Okay, you got it? Okay.
Basically what he's saying, that if time for namaz has kicked in, it's time for dhuhr. You don't pray. You go to New York. When you come back, if you come back within the time of namaz, of course you're going to offer full dhuhr and asr, 4 rakat at home. But okay. So when you prayed dhuhr over there, 2 rakat, you didn't pray asr, you come back home, you're going to pray full 4 rakat of asr. Now, the situation where you went before the time for namaz has kicked in. Let's say you left at 10:30. You went over there and you didn't pray dhuhr asr, for example. You came back after sunset. When you come back home, how are you going to offer your dhuhr and asr? Qasr. Because it became qada in the state of qasr, so that's how you're going to go ahead and offer it. So that's where the difference would be. Should we get to music? If you have to. If you want, we can keep avoiding it.
Keep avoiding it. Avoid. Because it's famous. Every question and answer is just about music and tattoos. It's famous. Music and tattoos.
Okay, so we'll get to music at the last.
If I see any questions on tattoos, I'm going home now.
We'll put music on the back burner for now.
Tell us.
We'll get to that. We'll put it in the back burner. But in selecting a life partner, what things one should look for in person based on the teachings of Quran, Prophet, and Ahl Bayt?
يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم. Allah is telling us that piety is the only true measure of a good character or a good person, which is one of the important factors to take a look at. One of the ways you can think about it is, if my partner fears Allah, then I know that they will always be just and fair with me. Looking for piety in a spouse is an important characteristic. If we look for example, wealth, there's a statement of our Holy Prophet where he says, if you marry someone for wealth or beauty, certainly Allah will give you nothing of them. So our criteria should be on God-fearing and piety. One of the reasons that we get married is so that we have someone who supports us in completing our life's journey and our life's goal. If my life's goal is to go to heaven, if my life's goal is to satisfy the demands that Allah has of me, then I want to find a partner who agrees with those goals and wants to work towards them. And that will give me a successful relationship, because our goal will always be to go towards Allah. So looking at, the piety, looking at the character, looking at their fear of Allah are characteristics that will always help.
There's another question about namaz. If I'm reading namaz and something happens in a different room and it's emergency, can I break my salat? Yes, of course. If you hear something, emergency where child is crying, out of his lungs, and or something else that you fear might be, taking place, yes, of course, you should break your namaz. Similarly, usually the question is asked, you're praying and you see a person drowning, or even an animal drowning, right? You should go ahead and break your salat, take care of that first. Another instance where you are allowed to break your salat is if masjid becomes najis while you're praying. And if there's not enough time, or there's enough time for your salat, it's not going to become qasr. So you go ahead and purify the masjid. If you can't do it multitasking, praying and purifying the masjid, you should break your salat, purify the masjid, and you should go ahead and start your salat over. So there are various instances where you can, or you should break your salat. When are you allowed to break your fast?
Okay, when are you allowed to break your fast? You're allowed to break your fast when darkness has set in overhead. That it's not sunset, but after darkness comes overhead. So when you look up, it's dark. Even if you see redness on the skyline, that's the time that fast opens. I mean, it's a very general question.
Maybe they're asking, are you allowed to break your fast during the day?
Okay, what are the conditions in which during the fast you can during the day you can break your fast? One is, for example, I may start my day fasting, but before at the time of Zuhr, I'm traveling. At that point in time, it's not that I'm choosing to break my fast, it's that I have no fast. The conditions of a fast being met are not valid anymore. So at the time of Zuhr, I have to be in a place where all the conditions of fasting are met, and I can fast. If I'm traveling at that moment, my fast is invalid. There is no fast. It's not anything else. I'm not fasting anymore, and then I can eat. Other than that, if, for example, if I've done this is an interesting point. If I've done something that voids my fast, let's say I committed one of the sins that breaks our fast. For example, telling a lie against Allah and the Ahlul Bayt. For example, whatever it may be. My fast is now void, but it doesn't mean I'm allowed to eat. Anything I put in my mouth after that, let's say, for example, I open my fast, I break my fast, it's 3 p.m., I decide I'm not fasting anymore, I eat a cookie. Eating that cookie was a sin. Anything I eat after that cookie is still a sin. Because the condition was I had a wajib upon me to perform and I broke it, and anything I do in that situation is still a sin. So it's not that it's okay that if I break my fast for one of these reasons, it's okay, I can eat anything and it's just like a normal day. No, it's still a sin. Other than that, if I have a health concern that, for example, we're worried about our health, or a medical professional tells me it's not safe for me to keep fasting, those are points where I can break my fast and there's no kafara upon me, but I have to make up the qadha at a later point in time. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, Santum. I'm looking at some of these questions. Really, my request is that this is the month of Ramadan, and while there's so much spirituality around us, and, from the aspect of just fasting, getting closer and closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, striving, all of us, working hard to purify our hearts and so that our ibadat are accepted. Yet still you find that people have the audacity to go ahead and ask things which are not going to be helpful at all. So I see some questions that are primarily just being asked to pick on someone or to attack. There's some questions that I see are, why Masjid-e-Ali this, why Masjid-e-Ali that? So I'm not going to answer any of those questions, because if that person who's hiding behind these questions, I would welcome him to come and sit with me, or her, come and sit with me in person, and if you have these doubts, I'll be more than happy to clarify for you, and I'll give you all the time in the world. But to pose these sort of questions, I guess, Shaitan has his mysterious ways even in the... We hear that the hands are tied up and he's put in shackles, but...
You know what, to be fair, what happens is for 30 days, we all come into one building and we're all together every day.
Right.
And what happens is that nature of man is that where I'm closest with someone is where I see conflict. It happens, it's very natural, which is why in Muharram, Safar, Ramzan, you'll see conflicts arise in our communities. It's not because we actually hate each other, it's just that when you take so many people and put them in one place every day, constantly, these things happen. Now the result of that is that the nature of what I need to do is become conscious of the fact that it's not really an issue, it's something that's arising because we're in one place all together, and forgive people, look past issues, forgive and forget. That's the most important thing Allah wants from us, is to forgive and forget. And remember something, if I'm someone who can't forgive and forget, why then do I think I would be worthy to Allah to forgive and forget my sins?
Santum. So let's hit a few musical questions. Sure.
If we have it.
Yes, go ahead. So the question is, due to COVID, a lot of us are working from home, and we're going less and less to our work. If I'm traveling less than what I used to go to work now, if it's still on a regular, or it's a routine, right? Even if it's once a week, you would pray full and you would fast because it's your work. But yeah, I mean, if it's just once a month, or maybe couple of times in 5 months or 6 months, yeah, then it won't be the case. But if it's a regular routine, even if it's once a week, then yes, you would pray full and you would fast.
Just 3 questions, and then there's a whole set of questions around music, and we can...
Okay.
One is there zakat on jewelry that women wear on a regular basis?
No. Shall I elaborate? So zakat is on very specific things, and currency in the shape of coins of gold or silver is where gold or silver can have zakat on them. If it's not in the shape of currency, it's not used as currency, there's no zakat on it. We don't do that. So which is why the simple answer is no. Jewelry isn't one of the applicable items that has zakat. Keep it simple.
What is it? Can you read it?
The first question is, if a person has paid homes for $20,000 in savings,
Mm-hmm.
paid the home, and then during the course of the year, they have spent that $20,000, but they had a new set of savings, which is also $20,000. So the savings remain the same. Do they pay homes on that new $20,000?
No.
So go ahead. So the question is, say a person saved 20,000 last year and paid homes on it. So 20,000 pe homes kitna ho gaya? $4,000, right? That's 1/5. Then it spent that amount, which is the mukhammas amount, meaning the remaining 16,000. It spent that amount this year and has savings of 20,000. Then it spent that amount, and this year has same 20,000 saving. Does he owe khums as savings balance is same? So the wording is a little bit... So, if you spent all the mukhammas money, this means this is a new homes. When it's a new homes, there will be there's a new savings. If it's new savings, then of course there will be homes upon it. That's how I understood it.
Okay. So,
right.
All right, so this is the way it works. I made $20,000 this year. Yay. End of the year came, 20 grand in my savings account, I feel good. Pay khums. Khums is $4,000. Paid my khums. I have $16,000 in my account. New year starts, my car breaks down, I need to buy a car. I take my $16,000, I spend it on that car. Now before the year is up, Allah gives me another $20,000. The initial 16 that I paid khums on last year, I can keep without paying khums on it again. Because that was mukhammas, I used it, I replaced it in the same year, no problem. The $4,000 that I made in addition, that I will pay khums on. I think that's what the question was.
Okay. So if it's clear for people, it's okay with me.
One last question. I think there's a question around, is it allowed to keep dog as a pet
house?
Is it allowed to keep a dog? Well, the reason why ulama have, spoken in negatively regarding keeping a dog inside for a couple of reasons. One, because of the najasat aspect with dog, and the things that become with dog, najis with dog, are not similar to things that become najis with something else. And I'll tell you why. So therefore, if you have a dog inside the house, there's a constant worry that, what place is najis, what place is not najis. Dog might be licking, different places. That also is going to make things najis. So if you're or we should be all very, taharat conscious, then it'll make your life very difficult to have a dog inside. And then therefore, there are some riwayat as well which suggest if you keep a dog inside the house, for example, angels stay away from such houses. Angels staying away meaning barakat and the blessings decrease in this house. So, well, no, I know many people, they're mashallah millionaires and they have dogs in their houses. So what do you mean by barakat? Well, there's another thing having millions, and there's another thing to have barakat in what you have. Now, this question was asked a few months ago, and so it was in a question and answer session, so I had time to do a little bit of research, and before I sent it, question was asked that, why are we not allowed to keep dogs? Is there any ayat in Quran that tells us no? First of all, there's no ayat, but many traditions from Imam stating that it is najis. And also in the book of Islamic law, there's a chapter about najasat of dog. Scientifically speaking, there are reasons also. Although it is a loyal animal, no doubt about the loyalty of dog, but that doesn't discount the impurity. Biologically, dogs are weak and therefore prone to infections and parasites. Moreover, the dog's stool contains small eggs, which can easily transfer to the other parts of his body, and therefore, if you touch a dog and don't wash your hands right away, this is when you're touching him even without having your hands wet in dryness. If you touch a dog and don't wash your hands right away, these eggs can transfer into your hands as well as lead to different types of diseases. According to some studies, dogs can easily cause hepatitis and AIDS. So there are all of these studies that are done scientifically speaking, which tells us the logic and the wisdom behind why Islam considers this animal to be, of course, najis. And if you bring him inside the house, it'll also bring the najasat along with it. So that's in short. Okay? So you're going to have to do your work to purify, because you don't know where the dog did what. And therefore, as is, when you move into a house, even if there wasn't a dog, usually people, tendency is normally they get the house clean. If there are carpet, get the carpet washed, for example. Just the flooring, you get that flooring clean, and that would be enough. If you've done that, that is enough for your satisfaction that the house is no longer najis, if it was the case before. Yeah. So you can definitely buy a house which had a previous owner had a dog with them. Asant. Throwing up, I thought if you threw up, your sawm is invalid. But someone just told me, no, it's not. It's only if you do it on purpose. Meaning? Question mark.
Okay. There's a list of 9 to 10 things that are known as mubtalat as-sawm, things that void your fast. Intentionally throwing up voids your fast immediately. If, for example, I'm not feeling well and I throw up, or something happens to me and I throw up, there's a part of your body in your intestines, if you punch someone exactly there, they throw up, they don't have a choice about it. I forget how to pronounce it, jujunum, I think, or jajunum, or something like that. There's a part of your intestine. If someone punches you there, uncontrollably, you will vomit.
All right.
Immediately. Yeah. There's an entire, so there's this part. I'm not trying to teach anybody anything. But let's say, for example, for an uncontrollable reason, I vomited. I remain the discretion and the master of my health to decide, am I capable of continuing my fast or not? It is a satisfactory reason that if I vomit and I feel ill and I don't think I possess the ability to continue my fast in this way, for me to open my fast, and there's only a qadha upon me, not the kafara. However, it is not a mandate that if I threw up that I have to break my fast. I have discretion. If I feel my health is okay, I can handle it. This was unexpected, I'm all right. I can continue my fast. It's no problem, it's okay. It's not a mandate. Unless if I vomited on purpose, I forced myself to vomit, I told someone, hit me right here, I'm going to throw up. I've now voided my fast on purpose, okay? Please don't go looking for it.
So in short, if you throw up involuntarily, fast is okay. But if you make yourself throw up on purpose intentionally, then fast is void, right? Okay. Okay.
No problem. Keep your fast. It's good.
Oh, you're still on fast.
Yeah, you're good. You're fine.
I thought it
You're
was
fine.
something else. If
You can, mashallah, yesterday, I got a call from a boy who flipped over his bike. He had a cut here. He's bleeding. He's in the emergency room. He's there for 2 hours. The father's like, open your fast. The boy's like, I'm fine. Your fast is fine. Unless if you come to or the doctor says it's not safe for you to fast right now, I need to put fluids in you. You're like, come on, man, do it 2-3 times then.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can just, just avoid shaving altogether and keep the beard. And that would be good too. Yes? Oh. She grew up over here, right? Your daughter can, he cannot. Yes. There's one more that I wanted to get out of the way before we move on to. Nene, I just saw one.
Clarify. So when our Sunni brothers object to for us on doing matam, what's the best rebuttal for that?
Yeah. You want to take it? Or you want me? I'll start off while you think of a better answer. So look, this is where we need to understand the fact that why we do something. And if you don't know the reality of it, and you just do it because someone else taught you this is, a cultural thing, or we've been doing it, then you'll always feel that way, even for when it comes to your wajibat. While matam may not be wajib, you'll feel the same way about your salat. You'll feel the same way about other obligations that you have, because others might mock you for what you do. Remember a few years ago, CNN was covering the Hajj, Hajj, Arkan of Hajj. And one of the rukn of Hajj is stoning shaitan. So they say, well, today Muslims are moving towards Mina, they will be stoning the pillar called shaitan. And then the negative comments underneath, I usually just go read the comments, I don't really read the news. Comments were, oh, look at these people living in Stone Age and, backward people. They're throwing these pebbles at, these made-up shaitan. So, of course, anything, even if the wajib, this isn't a wajib act, right? They don't understand the essence and the spirituality behind this entire ibadat of Hajj. That's why they're raising this question. Similarly, you need to understand the logic and you need to understand the importance of this so that you're able to feel good about it. And if anyone questions, you don't say, well, you start questioning, why are we doing this? Same thing goes with matam, even if it's not an obligation, but it's a means of showing our expression for the tragedy of Karbala and what happened to Imam Hussain. And it's a natural way of showing and expressing your sorrow, right? A lot of people beat their chest in order to show their sorrow. And it's a natural thing that people do. Now, some might do it hard, some might do it little. I won't speak about the various types of matams that are out there. You refer to the maraja, and even our maraja have differences of opinion regarding those different types of matams. But when it comes to the matam, the way which is established, doing it with your hands and reciting the lamentations and latmiya and whatnot, and even weeping and crying, because if they question you on matam, then they'll question on you on the entire aza as well. That why even do majlis? Why even cry? Why even weep, right? For all of those things, we have examples from even prior to the shahadat of Imam Hussain, right? Rasulullah wept for Imam Hussain. Rasulullah, before the shahadat of Imam Hussain, is weeping. There's a riwayat in Majma'uz Zawaid and by Haythami, and there's another Sunni book, Hakim Nishapuri's Mustadrak Sahihain. There's a riwayat that Rasulullah, when he was holding on to Imam Hussain, Jibreel came and said the tragedy of Karbala, Rasulullah wept. the first people that cried amongst the ladies were the wives of Rasulullah. When he came out and spoke about this to his companions, they wept. This is 50 years prior to the shahadat of Imam Hussain. The wives of the Prophet, the companions of the Prophet, and Prophet himself is shedding tears for Sayyid al-Shuhada. If anyone is doing bid'at, it would be them, not us. We are doing it after the martyrdom of Imam Hussain. So this is something which is a legacy, which is taught to us. Feel proud of it, that why we do these things, understand the reasoning behind it. And therefore, when people question, you won't feel ashamed of what you are doing, because there's solid proofs behind it. And this is the easiest way of answering it, is that, this is the best means of showing our expression, expressing our sorrow to Sayyid al-Shuhada. Maybe Molana will have something else better to say.
You saw me turned off by the question. The reason my reaction was such is that these questions are individually based. You have to look at the intention of the person asking you. Some people will ask you these questions simply to attack you. There's nothing you can say for someone who's attacking you that's going to satisfy them. They've decided they hate you and they want to show you down. In that situation, you just simply say that, listen, it's a part of my culture. It's something that identifies me to my faith. And it's something we practice. If you don't like it, you don't have to like it. The point Maulana Rizwan made is completely valid. But it depends on the questioner, if they're going to listen to you or if they're just going to give you a hard time. If they're going to give you a hard time, end it as quickly as possible and walk away. There's no answer you can give someone who doesn't want to listen that is going to change their mind, right? Allah says that though they're like them whose ears are stuffed with, when haqq is recited to them, they put down their heads and close their ears like there's cotton stuffed in them that they can't hear you. So which is why questions like this, it depends on the questioner. If you find someone who sincerely wants to know, you can have a conversation. You may even be able to convince them. You may not convince them, that's okay. But if they're just looking to attack you, there's nothing we can do about it. Sorry.
And it's very difficult for them to understand, the importance of Aza and the importance of the entire madhab depends on the shahadat of Imam Hussain, the least we can do. Rasulullah called after the natural death of Hazrat Abu Talib and Hazrat Khadija for Amul Huzn, right? The entire year of grief. So with that we can understand when the shahadat is taking place, that too to revive the religion and to keep the legacy of Rasulullah alive, then this is the least we can do. If you've never paid khums and you want to start, what is the process? If you don't know how much you had made in the previous years, what should we do? So if you've never paid khums, you got to start paying khums. Set a date every year upon which you're going to have to calculate the savings and pay 20% on that. The previous years, the best way of understanding how much you owe, if you can go back to the time, let's say you started working 10 years ago. If you can remember, what would be the bare minimum savings the first year you worked? You can probably put a number. Bare minimum. I saved maybe $100. Next year I save $500. So go with that formula and make up for the khums that you missed in the past 10 years, ever since that you started working, ever since you started saving money. And if you haven't started yet, start now, make the niyat, and then set a date. Every year on that date, all the savings, after having calculated all your ma'una, meaning your expenses, whatever it is that you have left, that is of value. So back in the day, I remember our grandparents, they used to even take khums out on the remaining flour and remaining rice, remaining some of these lentils, which were unused, because these things are of value. If anything is of value, but of course, half a toothpaste is remaining. It's not of any value, so you're not going to be taking khums out on that. But the monetary value of all of these things, 20% should be taken out.
To start this, you can always set discussion, set a time, come see an alim, and they'll help you figure out and calculate, whether that's with Maulana Rizwan, myself. There's something called the Mizan Institute. Their website is mizaninstitute.org, and they actually have a service where they do khums consultation for free. That you can sit with somebody from the organization, Sheikh Mahdi Rastani or his brother Sheikh Amin Rastani. They'll schedule a time, they'll help you calculate everything and figure out your responsibility, and it's a service that they offer. So if you want to start, it can be a daunting task looking at it from far away, but schedule some time to privately sit and have the conversation. We're not here to judge, we're here to help. So don't be afraid that, oh, what'll they think? No, we're here to help. That's our job. And we'll help you figure out and establish and understand how do we move forward with this.
Is lobster halal? It is haram.
It is haram.
It's not halal. So
opposite of halal.
It'll be easier if we say it's not than just. Yes, go ahead.
I was saying that in the interest of time, I can summarize all the questions on music because there are quite a few.
Sure.
So I think the basic gist of this question is that are all types of music haram? And are there any branches of music that is allowed for us to listen, such as Sufi music, Qawwali, like Sami Yusuf songs, and I think lastly we even have started to see music in our mankabats. So are those mankabats, are we allowed to listen to those mankabats that have music instruments in them? I think that's the gist of all these music questions there, right?
I'll start off and then finish it off. So Sheikh Murtaza Ansari in his book Kitab al-Makasib has entire chapter on the hurumat of ghina. And of course, nowadays, there are different types of music that are some called halal music. You hear that. If you were to read his commentary on it, he uses the word, if a music is mutrab, brings about this condition on you that just listening to it, you get into this wajd, I guess, I don't know, this condition where your feet are automatically, beating to it, and your mind is, that is mutrab, right? Meaning, if there is a music which is causing that to happen to you, that music is not permissible. That's one answer. Second, if you were to ask marja taqlid in the books of Islamic laws of Ayatul Sistani and the other maraji, they say any music which is suitable for entertainment gathering is impermissible, which has lahav and la'ab, right? And therefore that the same, that it is taking you away from enjoyment and pleasure. That's the literal meaning of lahav and la'ab, enjoyment and pleasure. But if it's also which is taking you away from their halate adi, the original normal state. It's taking you away. Your mind is now occupied with it, and it's taking you away from this your normal condition. So with that said, you can go ahead and put this formula onto different types of musics. I won't specifically say this is halal, this is halal, this is haram, this is haram. Take this formula that Ayatollah Sistani is giving you. Music which is suitable for entertainment gathering is haram. So, for example, you think a qawwali or even nowadays we're listening to some of these manqabats are coming with music. I would definitely not condone these acts. But if those are not suitable for entertainment gathering, then you can be a follower of Ayatollah Sistani, and maybe it'll be okay for you. So take the formula that he has given, a very broad formula, and apply it to different places, and you can get to the conclusion. And Maulana can. Bismillah.
Explain something. The reason of why there's this discrepancy happening is that in English there's only one word, music. In the Arabic, or in other languages, there's a discrepancy between how these items work. Something in English may qualify as music, but in Islam it doesn't fit the category of lahu and la'ab or ghina. But in English, when we translate it, there's only one word to do it, so everything comes into it. Those who are familiar with the law then start to play with this. And they say, well, okay, it's not necessarily exactly lahu and la'ab, so I can use it. The example, and there are many different ways that, for example, things that aren't associated with this, that can be fit into this category that aren't lahu and la'ab. But in English, they're called music, so they say, we made the general rule, all of this is forbidden, and throw it all out. But those who are specific, they sit there and they play with these rules and they say, oh, well, we can bring a little bit of this, a little bit of that. In essence, if it's something that's for pleasure, if I can purchase a ticket as a concert goer and attend it, if it's something I want to listen to enjoy my free time when there's nothing else playing and nothing else going on, and it's someone using their voice in an intonation that is desirable to make me mellowed and relaxed, stay away from it. You will find people who have taken things that are halal and even good, for example, dhikr of Ahlul Bayt, and have taken the broad spectrum of saying, well, that I can kind of use some of this and bring it in, and they've brought it in. Now, there's the difference between good and better. What's better is the practice that has been established in our history, that we don't participate in any of the questionable things and don't bring anything that is doubtful into the practice of mention of Ahlul Bayt or association. That's better. But people, for whatever reason, have decided that, well, let's go backwards and let's say, well, okay, if I can technically do it, let's do it. That's not what we want to do. If we have a good tradition established in our community that we avoid all of these things, let's continue to avoid them. Let's stay away from them, because it starts the process of going backwards. One of the important characteristics of lahu and la'ab, it may be that, for example, I don't like metal music. Metal, right? Metal, is it heavy metal or metal, right? Metal. Well, one of these things is called metal music, and some people really detest it. They hate it. I can turn around and say, I don't like it, so therefore for me to listen to it is not a problem. No. If the urf and the commonly accepted practice is that this is something enjoyable, I can't listen to it even if it's not enjoyable for me. So just because, for example, maybe I like one particular genre of music, I don't like the others, so that means the others are okay for me? No. Anything that fits in this category is haram. Whether I like it or I don't like it, if it's commonly accepted that this is an enjoyable action for some people, and we know that, it's haram, we don't do it. All right?
So even, some people had asked regarding these revolutionary songs and whatnot, which are, used for getting the army and the military, and, in Iran and other places these are used. Will they be, the fatwa of the marja says, even if that causes the frivolous, this mutarab, and goes under the category of, suitable for frivolous gatherings or, entertainment gathering, then it would also be haram. So really is a subjective thing to look at it. And therefore, we'll just stick to that much, that if it's...
You want me to talk about the drums or no?
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh.
When the first question, if it's not, there's no instrument being involved and it's just the voice, then it would be okay, it would not be an issue.
Even though it makes you go into almost as
if there's darb, then of course there's a different story. But no, it will not be. It will not be, because no instrument is being used there. Oh, sorry. Huh? So that will be individual understanding. If you think that it is, in your opinion, or if you think that this is befitting an entertainment gathering, it would be an individual assessment. It would not be the case, which is right for everyone. Yeah.
Well, hang on a second. What do you mean it's obviously for entertainment? Like, are we all... So, okay, there's one thing that, for example, like a marsiya, or, someone comes here and recites poetry in a beautiful voice for Ahlul Bayt. Are we talking about that, or are we talking about, hey, let's go listen to this guy sing?
No, I was thinking of it more from a Sunni perspective, right?
I can't answer questions for that.
I'm thinking because they have these types of gatherings where it's obviously, even within our culture, the Shia culture, we have this.
We're adopting it because we're a minority, you're right.
We go in, we sit for 2 or 3 hours, and we listen to people, recite different verses and different tunes, and it's for entertainment. Whether you like it or not.
In Farz, if you're reciting in a gathering, everybody's getting in a hall. Right?
Yeah. But what is this hal leading you towards, away from deen or madhab, or is it leading you towards, that?
So again, you're introducing another stipulation
singing the hymns of Allah. He's saying the names of Allah, and that gets me to remember the names of Allah, go do my research, and really try to get closer to Him. Right? So, when it comes to these types of discussions, it's very broad, right? It's very vague. And
It is.
it becomes very inconclusive, and this allows people to then say, you know what, let's go ahead and listen to this, listen to that. And the thing is, music is a gateway drug to other music.
It's very true.
Right? So if I'm going to start listening to one thing, I'm going to start listening to other things. I have a friend that says I don't listen to anything because even if I listen to the Islamic stuff, I'm going to want to listen to the other stuff. Right? So I think it's a very delicate.
Which is why expecting us to make a broad condemnation or broad approval of the subject is not reasonable. The truth of it is that it is somewhat subjective, and this is why I gave the description of better and good. To say that, for example, someone is in any way approaching Allah and this is the only way they'll approach Allah, okay, fine, I'm not going to condemn him, but if I know better, I'm not going to go that path. I'm going to go through a better path. Which is why you're right, it is a very delicate balance and a very delicate situation, which is why to assume that, for example, we can take a broad stroke, and in history, it has happened in our communities and other communities with a broad stroke, an alim comes in and says, Sab kuch haram hai. Everything, throw it all out. And another alim comes in, Sab kuch halal hai, brings in and says, it's not fair. Listen, there's an entire discussion about the responsibility of the intellect of the individual. And the intellect of the individual has a responsibility to come to the conclusion, what is the impact of this item that's in a gray area have upon me? And us as human beings in this day and age make this decision on many things. When it comes to nutrition, when it comes to media, when it comes to socialization, employment, we all think about what's the end-term consequence upon me. Why then in this subject are we adamant that Islam has to make a general decision I have to accept in every situation? No. Use your intellect, use your aql. Once I get to the gray area, take a look and see, is this something that it's worth it for me to be attached to, or can I get away from this and save myself? If my goal in my life is to save myself from the fire of hell, if anything inches me forward to it, I don't want to approach that subject. Not that I don't want to be in that subject, don't approach that subject. So it's yes, personally, I would tell you, personally, me, stay as far away from these things because they are slippery slope in the wrong direction, and there's a better path to get to where I need to be.
The second part of my question was actually the definition of ghina, right? Does ghina involve music, or is it just singing?
So ghina is it's actually different. Ghina refers to the singing voice that comes from the larynx and the tune up and down, that you take. That's called ghina. So when even without instruments, a person can do ghina. Have a nice voice, and the darb could come even without musical instruments.
So then what's the conditions for ghina then, right? Because then obviously, within the Shia school, right, we have Noha, we have Marcia, we have Muntabat, we have many things.
Yeah.
Right? So where do we draw the line and say, you know what, this is,
So just to cut it short, because we need to get to others as well, and it's going to take forever. Again, if Marcia, Noha, and all of these things are recited, ghina should still be avoided, just to get that sound where a person is using his throat to, there are different maqamat and all that stuff. But when it's the beautification of the sound, which captivates the listener, and they're, spiritually, they are more and more attached toward the imam for whom this manqabat is being recited. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not haram, not even it's not haram. It's actually good to listen to that because it's increasing your. But if it's the contrary, where it's the words which are has nothing to do with you bringing closer to Allah or to Ahlul Bayt, but it is actually taking you away, then that would be under the category which is not permissible. Okay.
Okay, there's one question on YouTube which is on a different topic.
Oh,
Thank God.
Is it compulsory to do Knut in the second rakat of Farz namaz?
Qunut is not wajib, so you may or you may not do it. It's not you don't have to. There's a question. We'll take a couple more and then we'll finish. Yeah, for Maulana Rizvi, how long did it take you to become a Maulana? I'll let you answer that.
I'm not Maulana Rizvi.
Okay. I still am trying to become one. it's the studies of Ulumuddin, the Islamic sciences, that if you start, there's no end to it. What categorizes as Maulana or Allama or Hujjatul Islam or Thiqatul Islam or Ayatullah really these are just, categories that we just throw out there loosely sometimes. Maulana refers to our Maula. So we call Allahu Maulana, wala Maula lakum. Allah is called Maulana, right? So that's a big title to be given to someone. But of course, in our terminology, someone who's our leader of our Jamaat. So if you go to Najaf or if you go to Qom, the amount of information that they want before they can give you this libas is to get to, for example, in Qom, of course, they had 120 credit hours of studies before you can have this garb. So that meant that they would cover all of the abwab and the sections of fiqh, which are necessary for you to know in order to, for example, regarding salat or regarding Sawm and other things, before you could be considered a Maulana. So I don't want to, it took me about 6-7 years. I was in Qom, and then I spent a year or two in Syria, and I've been here ever since. And it's still a continuing process. We're still studying. It's not like we have stopped studying. Couple more questions for Maulana. Can we all go to Duncan? Oh, okay. That was in the questions. Anything else that you have?
Man after my own heart.
What can I do to go into happy Barzakh, Wadi Salam, as opposed to Wadi Barhut and Barzakh? What do I do?
Not listening to me. So there's essentially, when we die, if you're a mu'min, there's a place that is considered a valley from the valleys of heaven. And that valley is known as Wadi Salam. Wadi Salam is also the name of the graveyard that's in Najaf by the grave of our master Imam Ali. Every mu'min desires to go there, and Allah has promised that if one who is a pious individual follows the rules of Allah, stays away from the major sins, and has a strong aqidah and knows what his religion is, Allah says that when you die, I will take you from wherever you are and place you in Wadi Salam, and it'll be a place of paradise and peace in heaven. And it's for the mu'mineen. So whatever I do in this life that brings me closer to iman and faith and yaqeen in Allah, if I spend my time on both understanding what that means as well as enacting those items in my life, inshallah, Allah will entitle us to be amongst the companions of Imam Ali in Wadi Salam.
There are more questions, and inshallah we'll try and see if we can address them at another time.
Drum wala. Let me just deal with this. Okay. There's some questions I saw in here that are asking about drums. Drums in Islam are not simply associated with music, but they are associated with other actions as well too, including war drums and including even mourning ceremonies. While in our Indo-Pak culture, there's no concept of drum. In the Arab culture and even sometimes in the Persian culture, in Azaa, a drum is also utilized. And its implementation comes from the concept of a war drum that would be beat, or one that would gather people into one rhythm. One of the things that when I went to Najaf that was discussed was they used to say to the Zaireen, they say, come for Arba'in, don't come for Ashura. I didn't understand why until I spent Ashura there. Ashura, in the tradition of the Arab, is where they take out julus and tazia on a daily basis. But these julus are more like a war drum tradition where the drum is played, the horn is blasted, there's horns playing, and they're marching through the streets, and you think, what is this parade? Now, according to our traditions, it may seem unusual. It may seem that the only affiliation of a horn or a drum is with pleasure. But it has a place in the azaa of different cultures. Now, there's some questions about it being done here at Masjid-e-Ali. Let me tell you something. Masjid-e-Ali is a multicultural center. There are a lot of different cultures that come here and practice their azaa together. One of the processes of understanding is if I don't know what this is or where it came from, ask the question that it's a part of a culture that's shown for azaa, and as the world gets smaller and we travel in the world, we'll see more of these things. We'll understand these differences, and we'll see the broadness of the spectrum that these things can be utilized in different means. So yes, a drum can be used in Azah. It can be beaten at the start of the days of Azah. It can be used nightly in the programs. If you ever go for Ashura, and may Allah give us all tawfiq. The day of Ashura, you'll see that there are people who are dressed completely in white and stand with the drums, and they beat the drum the entire time as people are doing matam, as juluses are going and everything. Why? Because that's the tradition to reflect that this was a day of war and battle, and this was a moment of azah and difficulty upon us, and this is how we gather and move our community together in the processions of azah. No one is there in the sense of thinking that, okay, this is for enjoyment or this is ha 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 fun, but that culture has affiliated this action with azah. The same way our culture, the way we do matam, the monoha that we listen to is associated with azah. And you'll see, go try to do matam with Arabs, you'll be confused, they move very slowly. Go do it with Persians, they sit down and you're like, why aren't we standing? Every culture has a different take, and when we come to a multicultural center and we want to make everyone welcome in our community, we're going to see different things, and that's okay. So rather than attack, and I'm not saying anyone's attacking, there are questions, but let's be careful of the tone of the question that we ask, that we're asking to learn, not to condemn, so that we can educate ourselves and know about how big this world is, and that we all love Imam Hussain. We are all attached to Imam Hussain, and we all are building a relationship with him.
Is a dua, inshallah, and we can conclude it. صلى الله محمد وآل محمد اللهم بحق محمد وأنت المحمود بحق علي وأنت العالى بحق فاطمة وأنت فاطر السماوات والأرض بحق الحسن وأنت المحسن بحق الحسين وأنت قديم الإحسان. May Allah accept our ibadah tonight. Oh Allah, we've committed a lot of sins. Please forgive our sins. Oh Allah, there are a lot of shortcomings. Don't let this month of Ramadan end while our shortcomings are still there and not forgiven. Oh Allah, give us the tawfiq and ability to be able to fulfill our duties towards this religion, towards Ahlul Bayt. Make us amongst the those who follow the footsteps of Masumeen alayhimu salatu wassalam. Oh Allah, hasten the reappearance of our awaited Imam. Make us amongst the helpers and the soldiers of Imam. Wa akhiru da'wana an alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Inna Allaha wa malaikatahu yusalluna ala nabi. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu.